Rolling in for commentary here. Pretty sure I've got everything set here. So we're just waiting on AceGamerSam at this point, and Pixel911 is playing on Xbox. Xbox 360, Xbox Live Arcade, and AceGamerSam is playing on N64. I'm not sure how long this wait will be for AceGamerSam, but we'll be starting this pretty soon. So. Alright, so we have Pixel is setting up Furnace Fun moves here. It works the same on every version of the game, including Xbox. Alright, so AceGamerSam will be streaming soon, so the looks like we'll be just about ready to start this thing up. I would say within 5 minutes we should be starting with this. And I'm thinking that possibly when the other Banjo-Kazooie race ends, we'll probably get someone else to join me on commentary at that point. But with everything going on, there was a lot of Banjo-Kazooie runs that have been going on lately, so things have been kind of busy, I would say. But I'm thinking that when the other Banjo-Kazooie race ends in about an hour or so, I might get somebody to join me here. Okay. So Pixel has the Furnace Fun move set up from, and basically I guess I can explain that. I'm sure most people know what Furnace Fun move, what it is. So basically all of the moves that you learn in a separate file carry with you onto a new file when you specifically game over on a Furnace Fun game, mini game. It was found actually not too long ago, so I mean runs before that didn't ever use this. But basically they're going to have things like the Talon Trot, the ground pound move, just everything except for the 3 things, which is going to be red feathers, gold feathers, and blue eggs. And the reason why you don't carry those over to a different file is because you want to get the ammunition and resources from talking to bottles and learning the move. You get you get everything halfway filled up, so you get 5 gold feathers, you get 50 blue eggs, and you get 25 gold feathers, or red feathers, I mean. Alright, so we have AceGamerSam up. I'm sure he already got the Furnace Fun move set up. He's not on the right file though. That one has already been played, so I don't know if he's just going to delete it real quick. Because if he doesn't have Furnace Fun move set up and everything for the race, that wouldn't be. But I'm sure he's got it. But we're going to be seeing 2 different routes primarily, because you have Pixel on Xbox 360, Xbox Live Arcade, and you have AceGamerSam playing the N64 version. And the primary difference right away you're going to see is that you're going to see Pixel heading into Clanker's Cavern as the second dungeon. So yeah, it looks like AceGamerSam still has to set up Furnace Fun. So he's going to get to do that, and then I'm pretty sure we're going to start up here. But main differences between Xbox and N64 being Xbox 360 version, you can't skip text, so you have to go through all the text boxes. So you'll be seeing him like utilizing, like when the text boxes are up, trying to grab other things and do other stuff, like grab notes in some situations and whatnot. And then the main thing is if Pixel were to end up dying without collecting all 100 notes, he's going to retain those notes when he dies. So he's going to have those notes ready, or I mean, not have to go through a level and pick up all those notes again, which is a huge thing in a race setting. Because let's say AceGamerSam dies, he has to go back and collect all those notes. Like if he has 95 notes and then he dies, he starts back with 0 and has to collect all the notes, whereas Pixel will retain those 95 notes. That's the main difference. Also, there's a lot of less lag on the Xbox version, but ultimately it's still slower because of not being able to skip text. So got that going on. So AceGamerSam setting up Furnace Fun moves right now, and then I'm pretty sure they're going to go ahead and start this. Another thing is both of these players are in the same group as me. I've already played Pixel911, so I've kind of got a heads up on his play style, and I'm pretty aware of how he'll be going about things. So so I should be able to commentate for him pretty well. AceGamerSam, I've seen bits and pieces of. It looks like he is definitely a newer runner of the game, so he's still learning the game a good amount, I would say. So you'll see some different stuff from him. So overall, like both of these players are going to be doing a lot of different strats, a lot of different things than you would normally see top level runners do. Not that they're much worse or anything. It's just that Pixel, for one, is playing on Xbox, and AceGamerSam may be taking things safer, which I have been doing in the tournament as well. Like things like Gobi clip, I'm not even going for. It only saves 20 seconds, and I fail it more often than not. So stuff like that, you're going for like risky jumps that may save a second or something, or maybe even less than a second, and then end up falling on Click Clock Woods because you're going for a jump that'll save you half a second. So yeah, so AceGamerSam, he's going to join up the SRL channel, the Speedruns Live race channel here shortly, and they both have Furnace Fun moves set up, and we will be starting this in, I would say, less than a minute at this point. Yeah, speedrunning in general, it gets frustrating. But for the most part, like the replay value of games just skyrockets through speedrunning. So, a game that you may just beat once and never go back and play again, or not have as much fun on your second playthrough or something like that. Speedrunning just amplifies that. So, basically, that. Really, like if you don't want to buy a huge library of games, or in my opinion, like I'm not into the newer games so much. I like to replay the old ones that I've already have and grew up with. That's how I kind of really just got into speedrunning myself. Is because I just like to enjoy the games that I grew up on and am familiar with, and speedrunning just really increases the value of replayability. I mean, when you get to a high level in speedrunning, it does get frustrating trying to get the time that you want, but ultimately, like, the reward of getting it in the end is well worth it. Okay. So AceGamerSam doesn't have Speedruns Live account set up, so they're just going to do a timer based on Discord. So I should probably pull that up to see when we're starting here. Four, three, two, one, go! So here we go. Once again, so shout out to everyone rolling in for this Banjo-Kazooie tournament match. This is the second match for both of these players. On commentary, it's the RPGodfather here, which I may get someone else to come in about an hour or so when the other Banjo-Kazooie tournament concludes. But as of now, it's just going to be me on commentary. On the left, we have AceGamerSam playing on N64. And on the right, we have Pixel911 playing on Xbox 360. Now, if you're wondering why the aspect ratios are different, it's because Pixel's in high definition here playing on Xbox Live Arcade, and he's using a 16:9 ratio, while AceGamerSam's using a 4:3 ratio, standard TV ratio here. So AceGamerSam, got the jump immediately, so that's really good. I've been struggling with that jump up the fence. So you're noticing that Pixel911 he has to go through all this text. It is unskippable for him. He cannot do it. There's nothing that can be done about it on Xbox version. You just can't skip text. So you're noticing, AceGamerSam getting a pretty solid lead here. I don't know if they're gonna. Let's see. I know Pixel didn't start his timer. It seems. Yeah. And the community as a whole has had no problem with doing that. It looks like Pixel's restarting. I don't know if they're both going to be restarting here. I don't know if AceGamerSam got the message here, because Pixel's back on the title screen waiting and not starting here. So, and AceGamerSam's had a really solid start, so it's really unfortunate because he got the jump right off. Everything's looking clean here, and I don't know if somebody has alerted him that Pixel didn't start his timer and decided to go back to the title screen here. Yeah, it looks like he got the message here. They will be restarting. Sorry about the confusion and whatnot. I think what happened was Pixel was in Speedruns Live and he didn't have his timer, his hotkeys set up on his timer. Yeah, things happen. But going back to that whole, like, why is every single, like, you got the PAL version, which is considered to be faster than the US version, and you have the Xbox Live Arcade version of Banjo-Kazooie. Basically, everything is accepted except for, like, emulators are looked down upon. They're always looked down upon in the speedrunning community for the most part, just because, like, emulators don't typically run at, frame for frame, the same way as the console does. So, and that in, you can do a lot of things with emulator, like, double speed, and you can change a lot of things that you can't do on normal console that can cause some issues. So, yeah, they're going to be starting again here soon. I'm going to look for the countdown here. You're both ready. We're going to be using Pixel's audio as well because AceGamerSam has a mic on. So, yeah, we'll be hearing the Xbox version of the game, which is actually quite a bit different. Like, the audio is not the same as the N64, so we're going to be kind of hearing a different sort of version. So we're going to start up here pretty soon. This time for real. 3, 2, 1, go! Alright, let's try this again here. So I hope everyone's having a good time. There's 2 different races going on at the moment. You can check out the other race as well. It's going on between Lazy Bear Banjo and the Arbliterator. There was other matches today as well. I had my match with Diggish Khan, and there was a couple other racers in that as well. We're moving right along with this tournament. It's going pretty quickly here, and Pixel did not start his timer again. He's wondering what's going on. Okay, so Pixel's just gonna, at this point, go ahead and give AceGamerSam the benefit of the doubt and just let him continue forward while Pixel's going to restart, and hopefully his timer will start. It's honestly not the biggest thing because, well, I guess they're not going off SRL, but if you're going, most races are done off Speedruns Live anyway, so if your timer doesn't start, like, in a race, like I would just keep rolling it out. But they're not on SRL, so I guess that you know, and if he PBs, you know, you'd want that to be recognized in your splits. I can understand that. So yeah, he figured out the issue. I'm pretty sure we're just gonna keep rolling this thing out. But Pixel does have a better PB than AceGamerSam, so it shouldn't affect him losing. And AceGamerSam missed that little jump from the 2 tree stumps there. Basically, like it mostly has to do with your height. Like you want to jump off like at the very edge of it, and then like rat-a-tat wrap at the specific timing, and you'll get that jump. So. Yeah. So we're I guess trying to get a contact on AceGamerSam, see if he wants to restart again. That's not super professional to have this happen twice. He may not care because he just missed bottle skipped there. Maybe distracted at the same time with everything going on at the moment. So. So he's just going to restart again. This looks like we've got the issue solved. It's really unfortunate that we're having issues starting this up here. I do know, like, some people would definitely get angry. AceGamerSam's pretty chill about it. But like in this situation, like if somebody's on a good run, you know, and you tell them, "Oh, let's just restart again," you know, and then they have a worse run, like that's where the problems would be mainly, because it's like, some people would definitely get angry at this. AceGamerSam, totally fine with it. I had number lock on. Come on, Pixel. Yeah, he probably should have tested it after the first time didn't work, because I don't think he tried starting and he just figured he was tabbed out or something. Yeah, we're about to start this thing up. Also, I'm solo commentating until potentially the other Banjo-Kazooie race finishes up and we can get someone to join me. I'm more than happy to have somebody join me here on commentary. Yeah, you better just let AceGamerSam set up again, just to be sure. The worst thing that can happen is they restart again, and does not have furnace fun, and then we restart the race again 5 minutes into the next attempt. Yeah, I agree with that, Fatal Flow. He should test his timer out, because I'm just trying to get this underway. Okay. Claims that it's working. So, pretty sure AceGamerSam is going to be setting fun again, which is fine. I'd much rather have all the issues be resolved before we truly get this thing started. He's just going to go ahead and do that. AceGamerSam is just kind of hanging out there, I'm not sure. Yeah. But overall, this tournament has been pretty awesome so far. I PB'd in both of my races, which pretty much expected because my time wasn't that great, and I hadn't really had a good run until earlier today. I just missed sub 240. It was pretty solid given that I've only really played the game for the last month at the level that I'm at. Like before, I've played the game, and this is the game that really got me into speedrunning. Primarily because every level has an individual in-game timer in your menu that you can check. So you can check how fast you've done each world, and that kind of sparked my interest quite a while back, and I tried to work on getting better and better world times and stuff like that. And I did watch a lot of Cosmic Heart and Hellfoes play this game, other than Sivdy Bobo, of course, and interested to sort of come into the community because I know a lot of people I had no idea that are good at this game, like Dickish Khan, I didn't really know too much about. Lazy Bear Banjo, I've never really heard of. Our Obliterator I've seen do, I think Banjo-Tooie runs. He's all over. He's done all kinds of different runs. I've seen his name around before. But really didn't know too many people in the Banjo-Kazooie community besides the two. It was like three. It was Sivdy Bobo is very well known. But a lot of the other community kind of gets overshadowed by that, I would say. So, AceGamerSam is just about the minigame here, which, if anybody knows my explanation about that, I'm sure you've heard it plenty of times before, already know what the Furnace Fun glitch is. Basically, if you are to game over during a mini game in the Furnace Fun, it will retain all your moves on one file and transfer it to the other file. So he'll have all the same moves that he has here transferred onto the new game file that he's going to be using, which speeds things up quite a bit because you don't have to go to bottles to learn all these different moves. You already start out with Talon Trot right away, which is much faster. So he got a good mini game there that will allow him to game over. This is probably the quickest one, so it's good luck, good RNG there. My Furnace Fun file, I only have 5 honeycombs. It's not required to get any honeycombs. I find it better to have 5 honeycombs because it's faster to death warp, which is what you need to do there to set up your file. So it looks like we're going to be starting here now that we are all ready to go. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Alright, so this is it. Let's make sure that Pixel's timer is running primarily here. This time around. It seems like I might be a little bit behind. I'll try refreshing Unless they... Okay. Okay, Pixel's timer has started. So this is it. This is the race here. On the left, we have AceGamerSam, who is definitely a new runner of the game, so he is still about learning this game and still pretty new to the game and all that. On the left, we have AceGamerSam playing on N64, and on the right, we have Pixel911 playing on Xbox 360, Xbox Live Arcade, and unfortunately, AceGamerSam missed the first jump there, but he got the second one, so that's still pretty good. So, no issues there. Now, if you're wondering about the aspect ratios, on the right, you know, Pixel911 playing on Xbox is using a 16:9 aspect ratio, a widescreen ratio, which complements his Xbox, his HD TV, which I'm sure he's playing on HD TV. So you notice the quality is definitely different, as for one thing. Well, on the left, we have a 4:3 standard TV ratio. So the difference is, you know, is going to be the text boxes are unskippable on Xbox. So they changed some of the icons, like for character icons, and you know, you'll notice like the honeycomb icons look different, like even the faces look different. The top left, like they just kind of messed around with it a lot, Microsoft, and changed quite a bit of things. So AceGamerSam trying to roll there for an extra speed ended up talking to Bottles, and he just missed the honeycomb, unfortunately, as well. Struggling a bit. So Pickle's already catching up, and he had to go through a bunch of text boxes. And what the thing is that Pixel doesn't have to. He is not going to get as much lag that's on the N64. There was quite a bit of lag on just about any N64 game. Generated a lot of lag, and the one good thing I would say about the Xbox version is that it doesn't really seem to lag very much at all. I want to say like there's no on Xbox, so his gameplay is going to be running a bit smoother. Yeah, so ultimately N64 is the faster version, and that's because you can skip the text. So overall in text, I think there was somewhere around like 7-8 minutes in text that you can't skip. But for races in particular, the Xbox version has a pretty big advantage of if he were to die anywhere, he will retain all of the items and notes that he had when he dies, whereas the N64 version, you start fresh every time you die. So you lose all your notes. You start back at 0 notes every time you die, and you lose all your Jinjos, for example. That's another thing. So like on Xbox, any Jinjo that you pick up, you currently will have that Jinjo. If you die, it doesn't matter. And you're going to probably be seeing some Death Warp strats without collecting all 100 notes from Pixel. I know that he does some of that kind of stuff. He has routed out. Him and one other Xbox runner have came a long ways in routing it out. But it's a pretty big advantage, I would say, in a race to have the Xbox version, because if you were to die, yeah, you lose all, and that's a huge thing, especially in the later levels where you'll have to go back and get all the recollect the notes. Pixel doesn't have to worry about any of that. So like you're seeing like the icons, like the Jinjos, for example, they're like completely different. Every character icon's quite a bit different. So Pixel does quite a strange route, and this is because he's on Xbox. Now, on Xbox, you're not able to do the termite skip, which we're seeing AceGamerSam head into right now. Termite skip is a bit challenging. I messed it up in my run today. And there's a couple of different methods you can do. Now that you have the furnace one set up, you can have Talon Shot and use Talon Shot the whole way. That's fine. Or you could do the slow glitch with just basically jumping off the slope and then jumping, you know, fluttering back to the slope in order to retain that. So yeah, it's HD quality, so it's gonna look a lot crisper. And then, like I said, the lag, you're gonna be noticing his game's gonna lag quite a bit. Like when text boxes come and whatnot, like they run really smooth on Xbox, and you might see it, you know, lag quite a bit on N64. Like right now, I can already notice like lag from AceGamerSam. So he's picking up that Mumbo token there. Most people skip that one behind the Mayhem. So ultimately, we're going to be seeing two separate routes. I know for a fact that Pixel goes to Clanker's Cavern after Mumbo's Mountain, which is chronologically the third dungeon or world. I would call it a world in this game. So you're going to be seeing AceGamerSam heading to Treasure Cove after this, and then you're going to be seeing Pixel go to Clanker's Cavern after this. So they're going to be completely splitting in two different ways. It's not going to be easy to tell who's in the lead until around Bubble Tube Swamp. You can really tell. So right here, this is one of the moves that they didn't learn from Furnace Fun, which is the blue eggs. And that just makes them, it just gives them 50 eggs when they get up there. Not sure why Pixel only has 4 eggs? Does he maybe retain, does he maybe not? He may have learned blue eggs initially, so because he only has 9 eggs, that's it's pretty intriguing to see that, because most people don't carry over the blue eggs so that way they can get the refill. But I definitely noticed that Pixel only has like a dozen eggs or so. I mean, he's definitely doing things like he's going here and grabbing that Jinjo. That's usually the last Jinjo that you get and the last Jiggy that you get, so that way you can skip the animation. AceGamerSam was not in the same position as that Jiggy there, so he didn't get the cutscene going while overlapping cutscenes. Oh, it definitely has less lag on Xbox. It's very noticeable. In a lot of situations on N64, you have to zoom in your camera or move your camera away from stuff so that it will not cause as much lag. On Xbox, I don't think you have to do any of that. It's just like there's like hardly any. I don't even think there is lag on Xbox at all. Maybe very minor. That's hardly noticeable. It just runs a lot smoother, which you know, if only the text could be skipped in Xbox, it would be a better version and whatnot. But I mean, I still like the original. Yeah, I do know Pixel's definitely his personal preference is to play on the Xbox version, because he's learned a lot of strats that, you know, like getting the termite right here, you would not be doing that on 64, and he is pretty accustomed to playing on Xbox and doesn't seem to want to change that at all. I'm not sure why AceGamerSam just kind of left that Jiggy. Like he destroyed the totem there, the totem pole, and he spawned the Jiggy. He didn't grab the Jiggy. Interesting. So we do see Pixel going up the termite. This is casually what you would do, and on Xbox it's what you have to do, and as well as 1.1 versions of the N64 version, you can't do the termite skip, so you have to get the termite. I believe it's the PAL version you can't do it either. I think on PAL it's a different method of the termite skip, that you can't do the slope glitch, but you can go like underneath the thing. It's quite a bit different. So Pixel has finished up Mumbo's Mountain, and you'll be seeing him just go ahead and grab this Jiggy without. This is another part that is nice to have the termite for, because you can just go right up that thing without having to tricky stuff. So AceGamerSam is getting the termite as well. I think AceGamerSam may not be comfortable with getting the Jiggy outside of Mumbo's, and that's why he still gets it. Because I did see him do the termite skip up the mountain, but then now I see him as the termite. So I did notice he picked up another Mumbo token. So I was thinking, is that just for the routing later, or is he going to get the termite? He got the termite, so it's kind of interesting. I think he's just not comfortable with this right here, going up the mountain and getting that Jiggy. Yeah. So Pixel right here, he's going to be taking a different route. So this is where, once again, the routes are going to change up. Pixel's going to be heading into Clanker's Cavern, which you will not be seeing on N64 version. And it's interesting to see him open that up first as well. So Pixel is going to be heading into Clanker's Cavern, and AceGamerSam is going to be heading into Treasure Trove Cove, and then they're going to vice versa. Like Pixel's going to go to Treasure Trove Cove, while AceGamerSam's going to head to Clanker's Cavern afterwards. So, you know, I can't really say who's in. I know that Pixel's in the, just based on the time he left Mumbo's Mountain and the fact that he's playing on Xbox, he's got less lag to worry about and stuff like that. But I mean, you see him heading into Clankers, which I knew that because I played him. I played him first in my first matchup of this tournament, and I did watch it back, that tournament match, and I did see that I do kind of know Pixel's playstyle from that. Like, he'll be doing a few death warps intentionally, which you may be like, oh, wait, why is he taking so much damage? Is this, you know, bad? But he's actually doing that on purpose in a lot of areas, because he retains all the items and notes when he dies on Xbox. So there's a few strats that Xbox players will use to utilize the death warp. I didn't see him skip a honeycomb. I'm pretty sure he got it, but we'll see. If not, I mean, that could definitely play a big role late game. So yeah, AceGamerSam is in Treasure Trove Cove. It's been pretty good. So let's see here. Yeah, I mean, when he collects the next honeycomb, you can tell with that. Now, AceGamerSam, see if he gets the water. He doesn't even go for. I think he wanted to go for it. I'm not sure. He didn't get the water drop here, where you can instantly drop to the bottom, which is basically when you're exiting on a Talon Trot, like right next to the edge. There, I think he's gonna go back for that Mumbo token. No, it's just the first to finish no matter what. We don't say, okay, he's on Xbox and it's 9 minutes slower, so we're gonna, you know, subtract 9 minutes at the end. That just as a community as a whole, we just accepted all versions of the game, and I'm not like I definitely didn't contribute to that decision, but I do agree with their ultimate decision to allow any version to coexist on the same leaderboards. You will notice in a lot of different speed gamings they separate them. Like for some of the ones that I do, I like separate, you know, the Japanese and the English versions, or, you know, whatever different versions on separate leaderboards. But this one's just, you know, beat the game as soon as you can with whatever method, you know, you find you comfortable with, or whatever, you know. Doesn't matter. I mean, same thing. I think potentially, like, let's say they release, you know, Banjo-Kazooie for Xbox One, and then they allow, you know, text box skipping, and then it's like the game runs with no lag. It has text box. It's faster than, like, because of that, you know, that gives them world record. I think that may potentially cause a problem with that, because it wouldn't be skill based. It would be that they have world record. It's just that they're playing on a faster version that just came out. I mean, I don't know. I do see AceGamerSam doing things quite a bit differently. He's going up this way instead of normally what most people do is they beak bomb over here. That's where AceGamerSam was, and then they head down and grab those notes in a different order than that. As well as Pixel's, I think he's doing Clanker's Cavern in a different way. I'm for the most part, Clanker's Cavern is pretty similar on Xbox as it is in it, so I don't think there's too much variance there. Like, he's not going to be death warping. There's no point in death warping until the very end. And Clanker's, like, there's nothing going on in that first room, so he's not going to be doing any early death warps that he could. Okay. So I'm checking out AceGamerSam here with this beak bomb. Flying's a bit sporadic for me. Like right there, like then, yeah. He's using. You can do two methods to grab jiggies, Jinja, whatever it is. Notes. You can use Banjo's feet, which is pulling down on the control stick, or you can push up on the control stick and use Banjo's head. Like, there's two different ways to go about that, and you'll notice different runners doing different things along the lines of that. So yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get the jiggy on top of the lighthouse while in flight, so he has to go through the animation there. It's not, like, honestly, that's not the biggest issue. Like, I see a lot of the top level players, you know, kind of bashing the newer runners for like not getting a jiggy celebration skip or something. But like, if it's really hard to do and you're spending all this time in the air trying to get it, like, you're wasting more time doing that than just go ahead and grabbing the jiggy and doing the animation. Like, I think for newer runners, it's not a bad thing to miss some of those skips. Like, I think it's more important to, you know, be clean with your route and know what you're doing. So so I'm thinking, yeah, so Pixel may have missed a honeycomb in Mumbo's Mountain is what I am gathering here. Now, he may not figure that out until the next world, where he's supposed to get a refill, and he may not get it. So AceGamerSam not going for the snacker. Oh, it's not snippet. The snippet clip. Here's the totem one. Yeah, so I mean, if he finishes before AceGamerSam, but he still doesn't have that, that's not technically 100%. So that would not be technically a win for him, because in 100% you need to qualify. You need to verify that you got all 90 or 900 notes, 100 jiggies, or 90 jiggies or 100 jiggies. And there's 24 honeycombs, I know that at the end. So I'm thinking, like, if he doesn't notice it now, like, it'll be noticeable when he's supposed to be getting a refill. and he doesn't get that refill with a full set of 6. Or someone could pop into his stream and alert him. Yeah. Well, the good thing, like, he can always just check view totals and then look through the world and be like, oh, well, it's in Mumbo's Mountain, and, you know, I know where they, you know, the 2 honeycombs in Mumbo's Mountain. Just check those 2 locations. So AceGamerSam fell off there. Looks a bit confused of what to do now. He climbing up trees that he didn't want to climb up there. So he's gonna go ahead and grab these notes on this tree, head back. He's gonna have to go back and recollect the ones where he fell and should have already had. Yeah. Well, it's not like cheating if somebody tells him. I think it'd be better for him to know, so that way when he finishes, he doesn't think he's done and just leave, and then, you know, think that he won and not. But so he does. Yeah, he only has 3 honeycombs there, and Pixel's definitely doing things in a strange order in Clanker's Cavern, going like the opposite way to collect these this set of stuff. He's collecting the notes there. I think, is he going for the Jiggy now? Is he gonna have enough time to get there? This is like reverse order in Clanker's Cavern. Most people get the Jiggy, then go get the notes, and then finish with the honeycomb. Or he just like barely had enough time to get that Jiggy too. Like, that seemed pretty sketchy in my opinion. Pretty sure he'd noticed he only had 3. I definitely saw that he only had 3 honeycombs. So will he be heading back to Mumbo's Mountain immediately, or will he? Oh, he didn't. Now he's a bit confused too. Pixel crossed over the pipes there and then noticed that he didn't hit the switch, and then he had to go back to the other side of the pipes to hit the switch. I think he's like, oh, I gotta head back to Mumbo's Mountain now, but while I'm here, I gotta get that. But then he's not gonna open up Bubblegoo Swamp. So, yeah, he looks like he's heading back to Mumbo's Mountain, and that just in movement to get back to that world. I mean, you can see it's something like a minute. It's like 40 seconds to get there, then like 40 seconds to get back to where he was, just in like Grunny's lair movement. Or so. It might just be 30. That'll tighten up the race a bit, because he was in the lead, and he still is in the lead technically, I think. So that'll give AceGamerSam a chance to catch up. AceGamerSam collecting the final notes in TTC. Yeah, he knew which one it was. He went straight to the. I think that honeycomb in particular is like one of the easiest ones to forget about if you just go because you're thinking, oh, I need this Jiggy from the totem pole, and then you just go straight out and get that Jiggy, but then you forget the honeycomb that is on top of it. That's an easy one to forget. Like, I can't blame him for forgetting that one either, like, by any means. That's one of the most difficult ones to remember. He's not gonna hit. He's leaving the eyes there for later. Goes back up again. That's just weird seeing people go back, and then he's going back over here. So I think he should have went ahead and opened up Bubblegoo Swamp, and then headed to, because he's going back. Like, he's doing extra screen transitions and stuff like that. That are unnecessary. I think he should have done this and then went to Mumbo's Mountain and then headed on over to Bubblegoo. Yeah. So he's all caught up now, and then we have AceGamerSam did not get the I didn't even go for it. It looks like he had like 4 honeycombs there, so did not get the death warp after collecting that Jiggy, which skips the animation, the celebration. But he is heading out of TTC and heading into Clanker's Cavern. So they're both actually really close at this point, because they're both about to enter into the next world at the same time. Pixel's going to be heading into TTC, which is the second world, but he's heading into it third because that is the Xbox route. And AceGamerSam is heading on over to Clanker's Cavern, so we do have it like pretty close. We'll see after each world here who's ahead, like who enters Bubblegoop Swamp first. I would say is in the lead. It's not too easy to tell here because they're in different worlds doing different things, and so it's not easy to tell. So AceGamerSam doing a backflip to get to that Mumbo token. You could just stay in Talon Trot and just kind of jump close to the wall there, and you'll get it every time. So he kind of struggled to get that, which is interesting. He opened up the Cauldron, so it's good to see. I know my next opponent is AceGamerSam. I'll be playing him on the next match. Pixel will have to take on Dickish Khan, and that will conclude the matchups for the groups. Dickish Khan definitely being the best in our group. Pixel being, you know, right behind him, and then me and AceGamerSam. But all right, so doing things a bit differently here. So AceGamerSam, they both got the tricky jump there out of the pipe. I don't even go for that anymore because I miss it and just fall on my face. And I like my thing with the tournament here is just go for more race safety strats that in a race, whereas like in RTA I would reset a lot more. I would go for much riskier strats and stuff like that. But for the race setting, I decided to myself just do safe strats. So Pixel doing things how it would normally be done. We saw AceGamerSam climb up this tower and not even become over. That was quite interesting. So Pixel got the drop into the water there, and that it's like I learned that about a year ago myself, and like I was asking around like, how do you do that? Like, how do you drop down to the bottom of the water like instantly like that? Like, what do you? And basically, you just release Talon Trot right before. Dropping like off the cliff. Looks like Pixel landed. No, he didn't get the Jiggy though. He's got to go back for it. His movement is just really awkward here. Didn't land though. That's the big thing. Staying in flight is the most important. Let's see if he gets. He got that Jiggy on the top of the lighthouse. Nice without celebrating. I would say TTC, Treasure Trove Cove, is a lot more technical and fast-paced than Clanker's Cavern. You're doing a lot of like tricky flight movement, a lot of difficult things, and it's a lot, I think, more execution-based. Whereas Clanker's Cavern is a lot of like slow underwater movement and stuff like that. So like if you're looking to the left on AceGamerSam, you're kind of going, you know, a lot slower paced. And Pixel's grabbing that Mumbo token. And why he grabs extra Mumbo tokens like that one there, most people don't get, is because he had to get the Termite, which we also saw AceGamerSam. They both got the Termite. And Pixel almost got the snippet clip, and on the last hit, he got knocked out of there. He's took a bit of damage. He's supposed to be low health. That's not the problem. The problem is he just didn't get the third hit off before getting knocked out. AceGamerSam missing some of these egg shots on the Clanker, the gold teeth. Yeah, and Pixel picking up those eggs, and like I mentioned at the beginning, get the 50 eggs from bottles from that initial. So obviously he's going to have to go out of his way to pick up some egg drops, because you're going to need a lot in Gobi's Valley, and you need to, like, you know, use it in Mad Monster's Mansion for the pots. You need to use it in several other locations, but mainly Gobi's Valley. You need like a good handful of eggs for just about everything there. So I thought that was one of the most interesting things that I see, that Pixel didn't get the egg refill from bottles. I didn't see if he got the feather refill either when he got that. Like I would say the gold feather one's like the least important. Like if anything, you're gonna skip that one, but that's interesting to see. Carrying on the blue egg upgrade from bottles. Okay, so let's see if Pixel's flight is good here. Looking good, looking good. Very difficult to do this section, the flying section here, without landing or just you know, flying around for a bit trying to get things. Okay, got that. That was a very clean segment there from Pixel. Very clean. So I didn't see if he had just one honeycomb left. No, he got a refill here. So that's another thing about doing TTC third. You get the honeycomb refill here, where you're normally, you know, you want a death warp. I think he's still gonna death warp, but you get that if you're doing Treasure Trove third, you're gonna get that, you know, health refill. So that's just more times that you need to take damage after getting the refill. That's definitely another interesting thing I see here. AceGamerSam is going to go for this jump. It is very difficult, and it wasn't even close. I know Stivity Bobo does that. They are rolling deep. Yeah. So AceGamerSam, that jump that he tried to do there, you need to ground pound at the end of it in order to gain a bit of height to grab the very bottom of that pole. And your jump has to be like at like almost like the flutters need to be like absolutely perfect, you know, like the timing on that, and that's a very difficult jump. I don't even go for that myself. But like not in the race setting. It's just interesting to see AceGamerSam, one of the newer runners, go for such a difficult strat there. I'm pretty sure he's going to go for the backflip here as well. And get this honeycomb. Does not get... Okay, he got the honeycomb at least when falling, so he doesn't have to go back up that way. He might be going up that way anyway, though, to get the notes. I'm not sure. I have a different backup than this when I don't get that backflip. So... And he's going on to Clanker, and he's just going to the back of the tail or something. Meanwhile, Pixel is wrapping up TTC, and you can see he's losing time. His timer, you know, went red there. Not to call him out or anything, but like he had to go back to Mumbo's Mountain to get that honeycomb, and that's definitely where the time loss is coming from. But that's why, like, look at this. He's got all these honeycombs. He's got to take all this damage from the crab at the end here, and then hopefully, you know, he got the death warp, which is a big deal because you can't skip text. The grunny text that you would get, I'm pretty sure that's a even bigger deal on Xbox to get that. Yeah. He didn't get the feathers either. He's down to 7. Like, I think he just carries on everything from every bottle. He doesn't go to any bottles to learn any moves. He just goes out like that. I'm thinking that's not faster or anything like that. Just maybe a personal preference. Just really interesting to see him have so little feathers and so little eggs and have to pick them up along the way. So, AceGamerSam is still on Clanker. So at this point, we know that Pixel is heading on to Bubblegoo Swamp, whereas AceGamerSam still got a bit of ways to go before making it over to Bubblegoo Swamp. So Pixel is definitely in the lead at this point, from what we can gather, but not by like a huge amount. But he's definitely in the lead. See what AceGamerSam does with the saw blades here. Yeah, he gets hit once there, twice, 3 times. That's not good. Missed that note. Got all the gold feathers, even though he didn't need. On the way back, it was pretty good. He got hit right at the end, so he took 4 honeycomb worth of damage in the saw blade room. So that's not particularly a good outcome. Pixel in Bubblegoo Swamp. Missed that note. Going to, fell in the goop. Yeah, and that little ground pound trick, like when you're climbing up ladders or poles or whatever it be, it's slightly faster. It's not like super easy to do. You have to like time your ground pounds pretty precisely, because if you do it at the wrong time, you'll actually, I think, lose height when trying to do that ground pound trick. You see AceGamerSam picking up some health, which can't really blame him for that. Yeah, Pixel down to 2 honeycombs at the moment, which I myself am totally fine with that. Because you do need a death warp after Bubblegoo Swamp, so you generally just want to lose health. There's another thing you can do is take damage where the boots are, like on your way to turn into the crocodile. I've seen people do that where they skip like one of the boots there and take damage on the way to that. That's another thing that I've seen, but technically you're going to be lower on health for the most part, to not being a reliable trick there. AceGamerSam kind of struggling in the green snippet room. Yeah, so Pixel's low on gold feathers in my well, but that's not too bad, and he picks up the Jiggy right away there. And he does skip huts as well, where you can not have to ground pound these huts, and he falls. That's the issue with that, and I haven't been doing that. I skipped like the first one, just continue on, because I know that if you fall past the first one, the time loss starts to get real. So yeah, he's gonna go ahead and hit that one. So you don't have to hit all these spring pads. He's like that. Those last two, I think is the hardest one to do, and it's the most costly to fail. So I don't like in a race setting. I don't recommend everyone do that unless they feel confident. Get this shot. See if he gets both in. I think he just missed hitting the grunny switch to overlap two cutscenes there. Just about got it though. He definitely went for it, so props for that. AceGamerSam is going to collect the final honeycomb here, and he'll be done with Clanker's Cavern. Jiggy. Okay, so he ends at the Jiggy. So he gets the honeycomb underneath. So a lot of newer players, like even myself, I do this. I just get the honeycomb before drowning, instead of being the last thing you get and then drown, just because it's pretty awful to have to go all the way back, swim all the way back, being, swimming being a slow thing in general. Swim all the way back to get that honeycomb or whatever it is that you miss. The worst thing that can happen is you get to like 99 notes, then you die, or like maybe you miss like a note and you decide to do that strat, and like you find out that you don't have all 100 notes, and then it would not be a good. AceGamer fell on his way to the switch to open up the gates into opening up swamp. So this is an interesting okay. So neither player has talked to Brentilda, so they're pretty much taking a shot in the dark if they don't later in the run to see what the grunting questions are going to be. I mean, obviously, like the best run ever is not going to be talking to Brentilda and just get mad luck when answering the grunting questions late game. But in a race setting, it's not a bad idea to go ahead and talk to Brentilda and figure out those questions, because if you end up dying in the furnace fun towards the end, it's a pretty big deal. Interesting to see like Pixel grab all the stuff and then take on this. But the reason why I believe he's doing that is because he can't skip the text that the turtle is giving him. So he's go ahead and collecting things while those text boxes are happening. That's just something you're generally just going to see on Xbox. Be interesting if there's no lag in these turtles, and maybe they come up and it's harder to memorize. I don't know. It doesn't seem to be much different. It doesn't seem like the game lags here on N64. Just rolling deep, rolling into the swamp. Yep. So I'm not sure where the other Banjo-Kazooie tournament is at, but there may potentially be another commentator coming in to join me. but that's not. Don't count on it if it doesn't happen. So Pixel is heading on over to turn into the crocodile here to do the mini game, where that is, like, I would say one of the most annoying parts of the run, because you have to spend so much time just to get one Jiggy. The only thing that would be more annoying would be in Banjo-Tooie, the Mary Canary mashing mini games. Those like towards the end when you're in Cloud Cuckoo Land, and you have to mash A to get a Cheeto page and a Jiggy from Mary Canary. Like, that is, I would say, one of the worst thing, because you really have to mash that thing. I mean, you're literally getting a workout in 100% Banjo-Tooie run just by mashing A as fast as you need to mash it in that mini. Like, I literally like breaking in sweat when I do that mini game. Yeah, so here Pixel, like I said, he's skipping one of the green boots here, and that's what I was kind of talking about. Like, I've seen some runners do that, and it's a good way to lose health if you have more health than because you're going to be doing a death warp at the end of Bubble Goop Swamp, so him taking the damage there is, I mean, it's faster than using the boots, for one, because the boot movement's a lot slower, and you're also losing health, so you can take that death warp at the end. Yeah, Mary Canary, that's the only thing I can argue. The Mr. Vile mini game here, and that's not in this game, luckily, the Mary Canary races. So AceGamerSam has a pretty important phone call, it looks like, which takes priority, and I can totally understand where he's coming from, and he has to pause here. Things come up in real life, you know, it's understandable. As a courtesy, I mean, you almost say, oh, you know, Pixel, hold up here, pause the game for a second, but because like for example, in, you know, races that I do with the Rollin' Deep crew, like, we would, you know, look out for each other if we needed to take a break. Like, you know, take 5 or whatever, you know, everybody just take 5. Pixel in the middle of the Mr. Vile minigame. He collected all the you know, eggs and feathers on the side. So, you know, it's just something that you can do in the middle of this. There's really not much you can do but wait it out, like the whole timer to count down here. But you can collect that stuff on the side, and the rubber banding in this mini game is absolutely apparent, because when you have more grumblies and mumblies and yumblies and whatever than Mr. Vile, he speeds up drastically to try to catch up to you. So if you have less than him, he'll slow down a lot. So you can almost, you know, just sit there for a while, or the first like 30 seconds, and do nothing during this mini game, and just about be at the same, you know, situation as if you were trying really hard to win this mini game. Because the more points you get, the more I think at each one it goes up by, I think maybe it's just if you have one or more than him, he just goes a certain speed, and he really goes faster. And, you know, previously when we didn't have the Furnace Fun move, you know, set up and all that, you didn't have the luxury of the running shoes for this mini game. So it was really a big deal that came out, because you know, some people may have routed, you know, Bubble Goop Swamp after you get the running shoes, just because if you lose to Vile, you have to redo the whole 60-second timer, and that's a whole minute that you lose in this mini game. to losing a game. Like you restart the game that you were on. So like if he loses this one, he would restart this segment of the mini game. But you just lose so much. It's definitely a reset if you lose this game. But the losing the vials not so much a thing is what I'm saying anymore. Now that we have the running shoes and furnace, that's a huge breakthrough in Banjo-Kazooie speedrunning. To have the running shoes for this, because it's actually a really hard game to win without the running shoes. Yeah, so AceGamerSam still caught up, which I know they really wanted to have a clean race. You know, makes things definitely one-sided here. That AceGamerSam is not playing at the moment. We'll see if he continues forward. If the worst thing that comes up, like he may have to quit the race, but I don't think that that's just going to happen. I think he's just having a phone call that's very important, which it's totally understandable. Get an important phone, business call. You should probably handle that. So Pixel heading out of Bubblegum Swamp. That went pretty clean for the most part. So next up, he has to grab this Jiggy that is in Grunny's lair by doing a little trick where we don't have to hit the switch or we don't have to fall down from the other. We can jump onto this finger here, and then jump onto there, and jump straight in from here, and that averts us having to go from the pot or the vase is what it is in the next room that he'll be in. That would take him down here. That's a little nice handy trick to get that jiggy. So next up, he'll be heading into Gobi's Valley. The route's basically the same for which world he's going to be going into. He's playing on Xbox, so things are differently. He may definitely do a death abuse in Gobi's Valley. I saw him do it in the race with me, so it's not unheard of that he'll be utilizing a death abuse here. And whereas if you were to do that on an N64, you would lose all your notes and have to recollect them all. So yeah, I think Pixel is now noticing that AceGamerSam has been taking a extended break here. It's been going on for over 5 minutes at this point. Let me check. Well, they're not on SRL, so can't really check that. I'm thinking it looks like Arb finished the match. I think he's in on an interview, doing an interview for his run. And like I said, I may be joined by somebody else here on commentary, or I may not. I can't confirm. Yeah. It doesn't look like, I don't see anything that says he quit. That AceGamerSam, I think he's going to continue, but that definitely makes it lopsided for this race. Because it was actually not, it was pretty close after once they both entered into Bubblegum Swamp, because Pixel had to go back to Mumbo's Mountain to collect a honeycomb. So that kind of evened it out, and it wasn't like too far off. But now Pixel's definitely taking a drastic lead. Yeah, and the thing is, like, this is one of the only the races that I've seen. I think AceGamerSam does not have a Speedruns Live account, so most of these races have all been done on Speedruns Live. This one in particular is not being recorded on Speedruns Live because of AceGamerSam not having the account set up, but they're just using Discord. So yeah, it looks like Pixel got the Rollin' Deep Gobi clip. And it's speculated whether... Ooh, I barely made it onto that magic carpet there. But I'm pretty sure Xbox is a bit easier to do the Gobi clip. But it's kind of, up in the air. I can't really confirm that. He didn't grab that. He's gonna go back for it. I thought he was gonna grab that Mumbo's token because he had to get the termite. So I figure he's gonna grab every Mumbo token. He's gotta get 5 extra or 4 extra, 5 extra ones, 4 extra Mumbo tokens. Because normally people only get 4 Mumbo's tokens in Mumbo's Mountain. So. Alright, AceGamerSam rolling back in. Thinking he's gonna finish strong and not let that get to him. Okay. So Pixel's heading into the puzzle. This is the same every time, and well, he's grabbing those notes. Begin with, is it like that orange Jinjo looks brown to me on the Xbox? Quite a bit of difference. Yeah, so AceGamerSam is going to continue and pick it back up. Let's give some props to AceGamerSam for continuing here with a positive mentality. So yeah, this puzzle that Pixels is doing, it's always the same, and usually when we're doing the Banjo tiles, that's when you'll get the Mumbo token that you just saw. And like sometimes you can ground pound the ones in the corner, the 4 notes. You don't get the note, like it's, and like you'll think that you got it because you hit all the tiles, and you like, I've been to there and I should have them all. In some situations, like you'll ground pound and you'll not get the note, and that's like one of the places where I find to be like easiest to forget a note or miss a note. Is in that puzzle room, because they're in the corner. Like the camera doesn't really show you very well. Yeah. So AceGamerSam is a little C up here to get the right angle on this crocodile and shooting 3 eggs to be sure to get that long shot. Did Pixel do a death abuse there? I think he did. I'm pretty sure he did an intentional. I've seen it in the race he did with me. He did a intentional death warp on the cactus. and it's intended because he retains all the stuff he does on Xbox, so it's not. Yeah, and I was kind of explaining that earlier, and I know, like, people, Pixel on the right is playing on the Xbox 360, Xbox Live Arcade version, which is why he's, in a 16:9 aspect ratio here. While we have AceGamerSam on the left, with a 4:3. He's playing on N64, but on Xbox version, you don't have to recollect any notes if you die. So the Xbox route actually death warps intentionally in situations. So it's actually something it's routed into the Xbox for, like, the speed run. You're gonna see them actually death warp on purpose without having collected all 100 notes, or without having collected all 5 Jinjos, which normally you would lose your Jinjos if you die. And you would lose the notes, and any, like, some like activities you may do, is like if you, like, activate like statues or something, or like pots, for Bad Monster Mansion, and you die or something, and you got to redo that. Stuff like that, like events get reset too. I'm not sure if the Xbox version resets some of those events. I mean, I did play on the Xbox Live Arcade version. Me personally, like, I hated it, because you couldn't skip any text. Like right here, in this room that Pixel's in, he's collecting notes and the Mumbo token while that text box is up, because he can't skip the text box like you could on N64 and instantly pop that open. Yeah, the community as a whole has no issues with having different versions coexist on the same leaderboards. I mean, it's the community's decision overall. There's not, one person in a community, obviously. There's not one person that says, oh, we're, have that. It's a collective decision between a group of people, is what a community decision is. And nobody has an issue with it, so. Yeah, I mean, there's only, I know 2 runners. I know Pixel and the other guy who has a better time, Shadow Worm or something. So you see here, Pixel is taking all this damage on the cactus. He's actually going to do an intentional death warp. I saw this in the race that he did with me. He's going to intentionally die here, and that's not something you would do on N64 ever, because you would lose all your notes in progress. Yeah, I don't have a problem with it either. Like, I can understand if, like, somebody has a better run than the other person, but because they're on a slower version, that makes their time is worse because they're on a version that's not as fast, but maybe they played better, and then they get maybe angry about, or controversial about it. Yeah, so I thought he was gonna death warp. So he took all that damage, it looks like intentionally, on that cactus there, and then he went and picked up all that health from that that honey stash there. I'm not entirely. Did he not get the honeycomb in there? And he has to. He went and got it, so that way he can do this damage boost. That's what it is. And now he may do a death warp. He missed the honeycomb, and that was true. I thought he grabbed that. So maybe did he not hit the switch for the honeycomb to appear, and he went over there and it wasn't there? I don't know. I'm sensing an intentional death warp coming on from Pixel here. Yeah. Yeah, and I can understand in a race setting as well. Like in this race, I think the main reason why nobody has any problems is because not a whole lot of people really signed up for the tournament, and it just allows more runners to to have more people for the tournament in this situation. Whereas if you're just limiting it to only N64 or like only US, N64, then you're cutting out cutting out some of the racers that we could have had for this tournament. Like, you know, Pixel, for example, who plays on Xbox, wouldn't be. You know, he missed a note climbing up that. He's gonna have to go back and get that. Hopefully, he remembers to get that note. Because that's the thing. Like, he had to make a decision there. He could have gone back and got it there, but then he would have had to climb all the way back up there, because if you can't make too many movement errors and make it up that pyramid, that's pretty and it's not easy to do. You sometimes to get all the notes up there. Like, and I did see Pixel miss a note there. Yeah. It's the main thing, is that this game just doesn't have. Well, it does have a lot of runners. It's up there. It's more popular than a lot of games on. You know, in the speedrunning community. It's just, as far as like getting people to race in a tournament, that not a whole lot of people. It's a generally, you know, long. I would say this is a medium length run, you know, 3 hours for some people, and I think a lot of people just get discouraged when, you know, big runners are in turn. Like, you know, we have Stivity Bobo, we have, you know, Dickish Kong, we have people with really good times in this tournament, and they just say, you know, I can't beat them, I'm not going to join, which, you know, cuts out a lot of people too, because they get discouraged by who's in the tournament, and they say, yo, I'm not going to win, so why join? But, you know, me personally, I joined the tournament for fun, and to personally improve my personal best, which I did in 2 of the tournament races. So right there, it pushed me, you know, joining this tournament pushed me to improve my time. So I can personally say it was a good thing. It was a good thing for me. You know, I'm not going to win the tournament by any means, but I joined for fun and to personally improve. So I think that's a mindset that some people should adapt. Like, because there's a lot of people that just don't want to lose, I would say. So, you know, they look at the, you know, tournament and they say, oh, you know, Stivity Bobo's, he's going to win. No, there's no question. But to be, I can say, you know, Stivity might not win, because you have furnace fun in this run, and like stuff like that. Like, you have things that can cost you several minutes if you mess something up in this game, and easily someone that's, you know, really close to Stiv's level can beat him. So yeah. So that's what I have there. Looks like Pixel's getting to the end here of Gobi's Valley. He's doing a lot of weird stuff, like grabbing honeycombs from all those hives there. It's seeing quite a bit of different things from Pixel. So AceGamerSam is just now into the Mr. Vile minigame. Okay, so here we have Pixel recollecting that. He's trying to fly. He's trying to remain in flight and collect this note here, and he's missing it every time. He's missed it, and he has barely any. He has 5 feathers. So I don't know if I agree with this. He is just he's missing it over and over again, and finally decides to land. I'm running here. I need to do something about this. Wow. Wow. Interesting. That was not something you see every Banjo run. I understand why he was trying. He tried to save a bit of time, and he's trying to get up this hill right here, and he dies. So if he was on N64, this would be a tragedy. But he's playing on Xbox, and he retains all of his notes, so he doesn't have to recollect all the notes like you would in an N60. So, like, let's say if AceGamerSam were to pull that, that would be a tremendous time loss. And he was gonna death warp at the end of that. So, yeah, he's definitely having some issues here in Gobi's Valley. Yeah, and that's where people say, well, that's not fair because you know. But we all agreed as everyone that joined the tournament agreed to allow all the versions basically prior to the tournament starting. So nobody's really, nobody really is going to contend that. But in that situation there, where Pixel did die, had that have happened on N64, we're looking at a 6-7 minute time loss. He has to go re-enter every room, collect all the notes again in Gobi's, if that would have happened on N64, but instead he just takes a, you know, maybe a 40-second loss, as opposed to like a 7-minute loss. So very, very interesting Gobi's Valley here from Pixel. Yeah. I mean, ultimately the N64 version is faster, and where it really mainly comes down to is all the top level players don't typically die ever unintended. So, you know, they obviously don't have a problem with it because you know, you're rarely going to see them die without collecting all 100 notes, you know? So, yeah. Xbox version definitely has its advantages in a race setting. RTA, it's not, you know, as nice because you're losing all this time from not being able to skip text boxes. But in a race setting, I can definitely see why the power of playing on Xbox and retaining all your notes, and Jinjo's as well on deaths. So, you know, what could have almost, you know, made this race close one, right? Pixel would have to go recollect all those notes, and it's quite the headache too. You may not be in such a rush, you know, like you may be quite confused of what to do when you're not seeing, like, you know, the jiggies that you're normally collecting on the first go, but then there's notes, and you have to sit there, you scratch your head and think, okay, where do I need to collect these notes, or what, you know. When you die, it's quite devastating on the N64 version. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the other Banjo race is over. Yeah. The other Banjo race is over, so, and it doesn't look like anybody's going to be joining me on commentary, unfortunately. Would like to have a good conversation with other members from the Banjo community, but okay. So Pixel is opening up this cauldron here, and that's going to be at the end of Mad Monster's Mansion. He's gonna say, so on the Xbox version. So another thing, you know, I kind of bring up, he's not gonna reset the Xbox. There's no reset. Like you have to go all the way back to your hardware system and boot up the whole like Xbox 360 thing, and then go to the game again and all that if you were to do that. Whereas, so like after Mad Monster's Mansion, where you're going to be seeing, you know, a reset on the N64 version from AceGamerSam when he gets there. Here he's just going to pause the game and hit exit game, from the Xbox menu. Also, this Mad Monster Mansion is going to be quite a bit different. He's doing things in like reverse order almost, like, and not even like, it's just a very strange order, and that's because I think he's going to be taking a Death Warp on the Xbox. Like, the Xbox routing is just obviously different because of the different, like, it's and see here, he didn't have that open already, but I think he's still going to make it. That gate open, like, that's, he made it into the church with 1 second there, and like, basically there's no room for messing around if you don't have that gate open and ready to go. So Mad Monster's Mansion in particular being my personal favorite. I like the dark tone to it. I like the creepy, you know, music and setting, and I just personally really like this. So he's collecting the notes on the side here. Usually you do that after falling from the top. So I'm curious as to what he's down to 3. I'm pretty sure he's going to be taking a Death Warp in this church. So here's, you know, one of my favorite. So you have the organ here. You have to memorize the order of how the key, what keys to play. I wrote this down, and that's how I drew like a diagram of this piano, and I drew each note. I looked at it, and I drew a diagram here of this organ, and that's how I do it personally. There is 5 keys that he has to hit on the first, and here he has to hit 10, so there's a total of 15 keys that you would have to memorize, or you can write it down like I did, just to have that. And there, if you play the wrong note, you take damage. So let's say he, you know, does that 2 more times, he's gonna Death Warp a bit early than intended. So, and then this jiggy right up here on the top of the thing, some people use flight to get that, and to skip the celebration there, and some people just grab it. Like me in particular, I just grab it, but I know it used to be definitely a big thing where you would use the flight pad there to go collect it. Looking back over onto AceGamerSam, he's not going to do the Gobi using the eggs, which is not too much slower, and it's definitely not a you know, bad thing to do in a race, because you risk losing a bunch of health going for the Gobi clip, and it's, you know, especially on the N64 version, being low health and Gobis. I mean, we've seen, you know, you saw from Pixel the issues that he had. Gobi's Valley is a pretty dangerous world. And there you saw, you know, AceGamerSam fell off the carpet there. And another thing in Gobi's is you really need a lot of eggs. So 24, AceGamerSam having 24 eggs at this point, he's going to be a bit, you know, resourceful with his eggs. Like, you see him only shooting 1 egg into these things. I usually just let him go, but I collect a lot of eggs though, just to be safe. Because you need a lot of eggs in Gobi's to shoot into all these Sphinx's mouths. Pixel in the bottom of he death warped, didn't he, after the church? Didn't really see that. Yeah, AceGamerSam had a phone call in the middle of this race that cost him, I would say 10 minutes. You know, around 10 minutes. Yeah, and especially if, you know, let's say Pixel was playing on N64 and he died, because he died in Gobi's, he would have had to recollect all those. He would still be recollecting. He would, like, still be going in Gobi's Valley recollecting notes in that situation. It's a pretty devastating mistake to die. And so another thing, so you'll see on the Xbox version, the exact room that Pixel's in now, he's not going to jump off the ice thing to collect these notes because he has to wait for the text box for the glass to disappear, whatever it is. So he's going to go collect all these notes while this text is occurring, you know, and that's just because he can't skip that text. So, you know, he'd have to sit there and wait anyway, so might as well collect the notes while waiting. So that's another thing, you know, you'll see on the Xbox version, because it's faster to collect those notes during that text box. And he definitely the gate's back up again, so I definitely can confirm that he Pixel death warped after in the church. So trying to keep up with both here. AceGamerSam activating, which I think that was where some of the problems were occurring with Pixel. I think he didn't hit that switch because when he went over to collect the, I think he went right through the cactus and didn't get the honeycomb. And I was wondering like what was going on there. Pixel definitely had some issues in Gobi's Valley, but it looks to be back on track here in Mad Monsters Mansion. Okay, so AceGamerSam heading into the pyramid with the puzzle. See how he does this. There's generally, you know, one way that everybody does it, but I have seen like newer runners do different things in here. AceGamerSam thinking about it. Okay, yeah. So he's starting with the Jinjos, which is different. Honeycomb. He may have this written down and is looking like this is definitely a different puzzle that you would not normally see. I mean, it looks like he knows what he's doing, but it's definitely in a different order. Pixel, you know, he's in the labyrinth, so he's going to be doing a jump off of this honey hive to get on top of the labyrinth maze, and at that point he's going to jump over the fence. And another thing, so Pixel is getting his last Jinjo here. Normally you would get the last Jinjo where the water is. You can jump in the water and skip that that celebration there, or you know. So he's going to be jumping on this honey hive. Didn't get it. It's a tricky jump. I was lucky to get it second try in my race today. This is definitely one of the harder strats. This jump off the honey hive and then over to the. So you're skipping that fence because you can't open that fence from that side because it's locked on the other side. And also another thing that Pixel, I think he does this every run, is he goes into this extra window to collect all those resources, and it's pretty apparent to me why he does that, because he doesn't get the resources from bottles. Like you get half the amount that you can carry of blue eggs, red feathers, and gold feathers from learning those moves from bottles. But I think Pixel doesn't do any of that. He already has all the moves, and doesn't get the ammunition that way, which is pretty interesting. And like his routing is definitely unique. Being on Xbox, like you're seeing like things done in an order that is, you know, basically the 1%, you know, of Banjo runners. Like he does things in a route that, you know, he's familiar with, and that definitely saves time on Xbox specifically. So AceGamerSam going through all the rings. And he's taking it easy. Like, and one of the things when you try to bink bomb through these rings, sometimes it doesn't register, and that's just the most thing that can happen. You beak bomb right through the ring, and you clearly went right. And here he's having trouble with the cactus. He got through it. Okay, so nice. But you clearly get through the Sphinx ring, right? And you beak bomb like right in the middle of it, and it just doesn't register. And it's just like, what? Like, what part of that? What do I got to do to activate this thing? And that is just one of the most annoying things, and that like hit bosses that just doesn't detect in this game. So I believe, yeah. So if Pixel is the pumpkin, he's definitely at the end, because you want to leave this world as the pumpkin. So he's definitely at the end of Mad Monsters. And AceGamerSam struggling to get these eggs in, and this is another reason why I brought up the fact that you need a lot of eggs in Gobies, and this is definitely one of the main reasons why, because you can just poop out all these eggs and miss all of and you can have like 5 eggs here and just be like running up to go collect the ones that you missed, because you're so like resourceful with your, like, you're so stingy on your eggs, and you need to get them all in. Yeah, I don't know what Pixel is doing. He's jumping on the top of these vines. Like, very interesting. Like, is it because he didn't have the gate open? I think that was a gate skip kind of a thing, because he didn't have the gate open. Very interesting. And he's grabbing these gold feathers because he's low on that. But that is the end of Mad Monsters Mansion, and just like I was saying earlier, we're going to be seeing Pixel pull up the Xbox pause menu, the menu, in order to exit the game from there, and that's going to be basically how he's resetting. Yeah, rubber banding is definitely a thing, and it's pretty common in a lot of N64 games, actually. This one especially, like Majora's Mask, for example, the Goron race is complete rubber banding. Like, you can like have the worst Goron race of your life, but then like right at the end win it just because the rubber band, like, they're going really slow for you to catch up. Yeah, Boggy, Vile, and this game has rubber banding like crazy. AceGamerSam down to 1 honeycomb. Let's be careful here. Oh, get up there, AceGamer! Do not die in the sand, please. He's stressing me out right now. Okay, he's got some health. Thank God. Because AceGamerSam would have to serve the penalty of recollecting all the notes again, recollecting the notes if he dies. He doesn't have the luxury that Pixel has of dying. But you did see Pixel exit the game from the menu of the Xbox menu. And now he is going to be heading into Freeze Easy Peak. Interesting place. Like, AceGamerSam like landed in a strange. Yeah, and I appreciate all of the compliments that I've been getting about the commentary. I did have a heads up because I played these two racers here in the same that I'm in a tournament group, so I kind of I've watched them previously. I've already raced Pixel, which he beat me in the first match. This is the second match. Him versus AceGamerSam. So yeah, and then Pixel, you see, like, he skipped some of those notes because he's he's gonna go back and collect them later. It's not, and especially in the Xbox version, you'll see him kind of scatter that around too, because like he can die and it doesn't, like he can just collect notes whenever. It's kind of interesting. And just roll and be. Okay, so AceGamerSam is trying to get. Okay, he's getting over this lap. He is adjusting his camera. He's moving very nice and slowly, and he gets it through the labyrinth without falling. Not the biggest issue if you fall in the labyrinth. There's another backup strat that most people do, and it's not too much lower. I would almost not even worry about setting it up so much, because the backup may be faster than taking it slow. But and are we moonwalking here with Pixel? Pixel is just taking some snowballs to the face. I think that's intentional. He's setting up a death warp. Is this the legendary Xbox strat that we've all been waiting? The role-playing, yeah, I mean, that's something that, is done behind closed doors, so, Okay, and so with a rat-a-tat wrap, you can collect that Jinjo without having to jump on top of that platform, which you saw Pixel do, and he's going to go for the beak bomb into the star. I think he got the first one, and gonna ground pound here and go through. Okay, and it counts as you go into that twice. Alright. AceGamerSam, I'm pretty sure he's getting to the end of Gobies here. Having trouble ground pounding that camel. Pixel does the OG beak bomb into the pipe, or so basically like the collision, similar to what you can see in Banjo-Kazooie, where they do the beak barge. You basically shoot an egg, you shoot an egg and then you beak barge, and you kind of go through walls, that same kind of thing, with the beak bombs there. You can beak bomb it. You'll see it after Freezy Peak. You'll get a Jiggy without having to hit the grunny switch by doing that, as well as that pipe there. You can hit that, get in there. And AceGamerSam trying to remain in talent trot and get those jumps. It's kind of tricky. Not sure why he didn't grab the running shoes. Not sure what happened there. But if you're using the running shoes and you collect that Jiggy, you skip both of those celebratory cutscenes, so you'll see that typically. Beak bombing over to the camel. He's only got 89 notes, so he's gonna have the other ones are at the end here, and he should have enough health to where he collects them all and then death warps. Let's see here. And that jump there is kind of sketchy on the way over. Pixel is beak bombing all of the slushies. He landed there after hitting that first one, and there we go. Okay, so yeah, AceGamerSam having well over enough health for this. Gonna have to wait around to take more damage. So yeah, how these beak bombs on the slushies work, if they're out of range, if they're in a specific range, they'll start throwing snowballs. So the range that he just got in, he started to throw that snowball. So a specific range from you to the slushie, which is a medium range to close range, he'll start throwing. If you get really close to the slushie, they won't throw, and if you're really far away, they won't throw. So typically what you want to do is be outside of that mid-range where they start throwing, and then do your beak bomb. Because when they start throwing snowballs, they move their head around, and causes all kinds of problems when trying to beak bomb them. You'll beak bomb right past them and miss them and start landing, and then like there's only 2 flight paths in Freeze Easy Peak, and the second one where the chimney is really hard to backflip up onto. It's pretty annoying to have to do that. So we have AceGamerSam done with Gobi's Valley, heading on over to Mad Monsters Mansion. He's going to open that up. Pixel's grabbing some of the notes that he's going to be collecting most of them, which basically there's no way to like speed of and this is another, you know, we were talking about rubber banding. This is like a massive example of rubber banding with Boggy. Way! So he's going to collect those notes around the legs of the snowman. He collects a certain amount. Way! Way! And he's going to collect some of these notes on top of the house. There's also a green Jinjo at the left of that house, and there's a note in that water. There's a couple notes in the water that he left specifically to grab. And the reason why it's such a good thing to do that as well is because, again, the rubber banding. The more you're behind Boggy, like the less he'll speed up and try to cut in front of you. So, like if you're ahead of him for the most of the part of the race, and then you get to the end, and that is he's getting this is kind of sketchy there at the end here for Pixel because he like missed a flagpole there. Okay, just got that. But the reason why you want to really utilize that race to grab all the items is because you want Boggy to be ahead of you for a good portion of the race, so that way he doesn't, you know, at the end rubber band and just he will just go at this lightning speed at the end of that race if you've been ahead of him most of the race, and there's nothing you can do but just watch him pass you and beat you, and losing that race costs a huge amount of time. Like, you do not want to lose that race in a speed run. But anyway, so that was the Walrus section of Freeze Easy Peak. The rest will be cleaning up his banjo. AceGamerSam remembering to hit that cauldron. Yeah. So I haven't really seen too many. It's actually been pretty uncommon for the washing machine and the T-Rex and then the Mumbo Fake, which is where he just doesn't do anything. He doesn't transform you and just says, haha, you know, laughs at you. Okay. So he's taking this second trip to pick up a lot of the stuff around the snowman. So he picked up one on one side of the leg, the other side of the race. Strategically, that's what he does here. And he is down to 1 honeycomb. Pixel, wow! He death warps. Kazooie, I guess they just fuse into one body form because they're, you know, I guess both of them just coexist in the same body. And that was not an intentional death warp for Pixel, even though he's on the Xbox version, and a lot of the Xbox routing uses death warping as a strategy. That was not an intentional death warp. That was unintended. Yeah, they just both coexist in the same life form, so they're both, you know. Okay, so AceGamerSam is in Mad Monster Mansion world, personally. Freeze Easy Peak is definitely my second favorite. Like, Freeze Easy Peak and Mad Monster Mansion are very well designed worlds in the game. So another thing, Pixel doesn't have to zoom in here. if you zoom in your camera during this section with the red feathers and the nodes, it'll actually reduce lag. But since he's playing on Xbox, he gets like no lag. So that's not a thing for him. Like, he doesn't need to really mess around with his camera to reduce lag because he doesn't really get it on Xbox. So that's definitely one thing the Xbox definitely has going for it. Like, if you don't like to, you know, adjust your camera at all times to try to reduce lag, like, the Xbox version doesn't have any of that going on, really. Okay. Yeah, so AceGamerSam is definitely doing the route that I'm familiar with in Mad Monster Mansion. Pixel did like an entirely different route, and so does he have to kill the snowman again? That's what. So he does. So not all events are saved, right? So he didn't get the Jiggy on top of the thing because he death warped. Did that just happen? I think because Pixel went to the top thinking that. And he has to recollect the presents because of that death warp. So Xbox doesn't save everything, like the event stuff. That's what I was wondering. It doesn't save over the presents, so he has to recollect the presents, and he has to kill these slushies again. That was a big time loss for him to die there to that icicle, ice cube. Because now he's got to kill the slushies again. And he had to collect that present. He had to recollect. What is the AceGamerSam follow? He's hanging out under a chair. Yeah, so Pixel's definitely not on the best run. Well, yeah, Pixel's definitely seen better runs. He may be a bit confused as to what he has to do, like, because he's definitely not, like, because you have, you know, your route, and so you stick to your route, but then when you die and you have to, you know, revisit some places, that definitely changes up your route, and it changes up, you know, you have to rethink things when that happens. It's a big thing. You know, adjusting to what has happened, and, you know, like here, like where is he? Like, he's going back in here? Like, he was just here. He was just in that tree, and he just picked up a present, and he's back. Is he grabbing more feathers? Because he's low on. He had no feathers. He had 0 feathers. So he had to think quick. Like, this completely screwed up his route. He was just managing. And AceGamerSam getting the really hard jump there off of the honeycomb hive. Yeah, and these pots, getting an egg, and this is another reason why I usually like to stock up on eggs. You see that where AceGamerSam is, he's actually going to go to the resource room, which is behind that painting with Banjo-Kazooie. It's just a bunch of eggs and feathers, red feathers and blue eggs. And he's just going to stock up because he's like, I need the eggs, I need the feathers here. Just give me some of that. And you notice that he rolled into that grave there, and it took 3 hits because it takes the roll damage that you do is less than the rat-a-tat wrap. So it only takes 2 rat-a-tat wraps in this situation, where it takes, I think, 3 or 4 rolls. So he's mixing it up there. But it's definitely better to rat-a-tat wrap if you're gonna kill these graves. Yeah, Pixel's yeah, he's a bit confused, I think, because of that death. That death really threw things off, and I mean this is coming out of Gobi's Valley, where he had quite a bit of issues there. Like up to that point, he was pretty, having a pretty standard run. Yeah, I mean, once he gets out of Freeze Easy Peak, and it looks like he, knows what he needs to do, which is the polar bear race. This should be about the rest of it. Yeah, definitely a big time. I would say that just about caught around 5 minutes in Freeze Easy Peak alone. AceGamerSam is having a bit of trouble in this room where he has to spell out Banjo-Kazooie. The ghosts hit him there. He's not on a ghost cycle he would be comfortable with. That purple ghost is on a cycle, and when you're not on the cycle that you want to be, like right here, he got hit by the ghosts. Like, you should know when he's coming around in a circle. So he's not on a circle. He's not on a. He almost went right back into him and hit him again. He's not on a ghost cycle that he seems to be familiar with, so he's just going to wait it out there and get back on track. So did he just lose the race? He lost the race. Well, hey. Having a rematch. Well, hey. That's quite unfortunate. This Freeze Easy Peak spiraled out of control. Well, hey, the rematch. Well, hey. So you can grab this green Jinjo, the side of the house. Some people forget that one, and then they're like, "I missed a Jinjo. What happened?" They forget to grab that during that race. Yeah, failing that race, redoing that race does cost quite a bit of time as well. But you do retain like everything you grabbed in that race, so like, I mean, it's not like the worst thing that can happen. So again, we're seeing AceGamerSam. He didn't have the gate open, so he failed to make it into the church here. He failed to make it into the church because I think what happened with AceGamerSam right there is that he normally opens up the gate, and he didn't have the gate open, and he was not used to that. We saw Pixel earlier actually open up that, it actually had that gate to open, and he still made it into the church. So it's still possible to make that mistake of not hitting the gate open and still make it, but AceGamerSam not making it into the church there. Luckily, Pixel is heading out of Freeze Easy Peak to deal with that anymore. I'm not entirely sure if AceGamerSam knows the organ pattern. Like I said earlier when Pixel was here, you can the keys that the Motsam plays here are always the same. It's not like it's different every file that it's always the same. And there's 5 keys on the first part of this, and then there's 10 keys you have to hit on the second part. So this can be memorized or it can be written down, however, but it is the same thing every time. So it looks like he's going to follow along. Oh no, he knows. He knows. He's got the pattern. Okay, he missed that one. Yeah, I think he has this written down, and he's looking at, like, stop and go. Okay. So Pixel did not. He landed there when collecting that Jiggy inside Runny's eye. Okay. AceGamerSam done with the organ. That Jiggy in particular, the one in Grunny's eye, is one of the harder ones to collect in flight. Well, me personally, I writ down the organ keys, and I writ down numbers on those keys of which they need to be hit. So I have a diagram of the organs, so I can play it. Like, I haven't particularly memorized it entirely. Like, I know I pretty much have some of it memorized, but I don't have it, so I have it written down, and that helps me do the organ part. Because for the longest time, like, I just didn't want. I was too lazy. You know, I thought, oh, this is just too much work, or, you know, whatnot, and then I eventually just wrote it down, and it works for me. Obviously, the top runners like have it just memorized because they play this game a good amount. So right here, AceGamerSam is going to he's going to ground pound the top of this and head down. So that negates the damage that he would have taken from the fall. So that was pretty much that's really important, especially since he's playing on N64 and he doesn't have all the notes. It's very important that he doesn't die. Although you do have to do a death warp at the end of Mad Monsters Mansion, so you want to be in the low health range, so that way you can take that death warp at the end. Pixel heading into Rusty Bucket Bay. This is usually where bad things can happen. In my first tournament race against Pixel, I died twice in the engine room, which is the first room. The big key with in Pixel's situation that he's playing on Xbox, so once he grabs these notes, he doesn't have to. When he grabs these notes, he doesn't have to recollect them. So let's say he dies in the engine room, he doesn't have to re-enter this room now. Whereas on the N64, you have to go back in this room every time before the engine room. Unless you do this after the engine room, which wouldn't be like the worst thing, if you can remember that. Because like getting the engine room out of the way first is the main thing, because you can die so easily. Like one thing goes wrong, like an enemy knocks you, or you try to do the fan blade skip, and you just get knocked to one side. Yeah. So I'm going to take a look at this engine room. Yeah. AceGamerSam did have a phone call in the middle of this that he had to take for about 10 minutes, so a 10-minute break for AceGamerSam. Okay. So right here, Pixel's going for this the blade skip. He got the first one. He's down to 3 honeycombs, which is really, really low for just entering Rusty Bucket Bay. Okay, see how he got knocked to the right there on that second fan? Like if you get knocked, if you're standing not in the middle of that pipe there and you get knocked one certain way, you can easily fall. And here this clip seems to be rather random. He had a really nice clip through there, through that glass, and basically if you just move left and right, you'll eventually get it, but sometimes it just doesn't want to work. And that's just unfortunate, especially like when you start sweating it, you only got left, and you need to make it now. That clip can be a problem if it doesn't work for you. But AceGamerSam is coming to the end of Mad Monster Mansion, so he'll be heading into Freeze Easy Peak after. Hopefully he's got all the notes. He better not leave there without that note. Pixel struggling to get up here. And yeah, I would suggest that he grabs a honeycomb there because he only had 2, and one hit from one of those monsters in the wall when they pop out, they do 2 damage. So him having 2 honeycombs, that's an instant death. And I don't think that there's any death abusing in Rusty Bucket Bay, even on the Xbox version. It just doesn't seem liable. So it's very important where AceGamerSam is to collect all the notes to Death Ward. If you know, or play, so some people do play a risky and maybe enter in there with 1 honeycomb or 2 honeycombs, you know, and then you get hit and you don't expect, you know, and then you die with having 98, 99 notes, which it's possible to do that there. That's kind of a dangerous situation. You want to make sure you get all 100 notes before you Death Ward, because if you don't, you have to redo everything and recollect all 100 notes. In AceGamerSam's situation, that would have been, but he had about 400. He had plenty of health. Played it safe there. So he'll be resetting after he raises the water level. Pixel's down to 1 honeycomb there, and he just got another one from killing that enemy. Definitely living on the edge with Pixel here. Missed that jump onto the ladder from the boat. Well, hopefully AceGamerSam's capture card continues. It looks like we have a white screen. Oh, no. I don't see any issues yet. Yeah, I think he's good. I think it crashed around here. This black screen that we have on the left. I'm pretty sure this was what he was talking about. Okay, so where Pixel is right here, you can roll through this area, or you can wait for, like, there's several different methods, I guess, but that's if you get knocked off there, it really sucks. Ooh, and Pixel fell right into the green hazard water twice, and the thing is, when you're in Talon Shot, you drop at the bottom, like you saw there. Like, he fell all the way down, and he almost did it again. Having some issues there in the hazard water. And he doesn't go for the jump here to avoid climbing this ladder. From what I'm aware of, he's gonna go ahead and do that. Take it safe. The top runners will be, you will be seeing, like, Stivity Bobo, you know, and people on that level will avoid climbing that ladder and do a very sketchy jump to get across. Okay. So AceGamerSam is entering Freezeezy Peak. This is the 7th world of 9. Like, this is like the stretch, the ending stretch here. Basically, once you hit Freezeezy Peak, you know, Rusty Bucket Bay having plenty of situations that can kill your run in Rusty Bucket Bay. You can drown in Rusty Bucket Bay, given that the bubbles drain pretty quickly. You can die in the engine room. You can die before getting the last honeycomb because you're planning to Death Warp, but you Death Warp too early. things can happen in Rusty Bucket. Rusty Bucket Bay, don't play. And what you're saying, and I kind of was curious what AceGamerSam. When you stand all the way to the right here where he's at, and the enemies aren't those that come out of the ground aren't on screen, they won't eat the twinklies. So you can just do that and not have to kind of play out this minigame that he's on. Another thing, where Pixel's at right now, that lags like crazy. If you're at the camera angle that he's using, like when you hit those buttons and the smoke comes out, it just lags like crazy on N64. So it almost seems really smooth and clean on in Xbox. It's like you see like no lag. If you were to hit those buttons at that angle, like you need to face to the side on N64, like for sure you need to face away from those whistles or whatever, you know, because the smoke that comes out, it will just lag like crazy, and you notice that he doesn't have to worry about that. And that's an interesting jump that Pixel. I kind of like it because you end up on the other side, and it looks like a much safer jump because you can jump on the house, which is a much bigger range. I kind of like that jump right there that he just did because it's a lot safer than trying to jump on a little, you know, walkway that you can fall off really easy. And that falling there is terrible, which I did in the race versus Pixel as well. Okay, so AceGamerSam taking it easy with the star, not going for the ground pound, which is very understandable in a race situation. Because if you mess this up, the timer will count down. You'll have to hit the switch again to activate that, and then you'll have to go fly through the ring, you know, the star 3 times again, and it's just a big mess if you mess that up. So, absolutely understandable to take that easy. Pixel, you know, I guess he's checking his health because he wants to death warp very soon. He's at the end of Rusty Bucket Bay. All he needs at this point is the Jinjo Jiggy and the Jiggy from here, and then the honeycomb. He'll be death warping after collecting the honeycomb. So he wants to be low health, which he is. I noticed that there was a note up there that AceGamerSam didn't collect. I don't know. Oh, no. This is his first. This is his first trip. Excuse me. Take that back. This is his first trip up there, so he's not collecting the notes. So he's good. Yes, Pixel going to do a death warp, and he will be done with Rusty Bucket Bay. I guess he's damage. I don't like that. I don't like damage boosting on Lifesaver. Because, and I think drowning in the water is slower death animation. I'm not entirely sure about that one, but I usually just ground pound as soon as I grab the note, that honeycomb. But damage boosting out that, because he's just sporadic, and if he hits you again, and like he just kind of leaves it open. I don't know. I don't like that, but you know, everyone's got their own methods. AceGamerSam going to kill the slushies. Pretty good. I kind of went up high. It's okay. He's doing all right. Yeah. Okay, that was like if he would have threw the snowball there and moved his head out of the way, he would have went straight through that. So it's a good thing he got that. So he got the slushies. Okay, that's good. Pixel is opening up Click Clock Woods. He is coming at the end of his run. So AceGamerSam is doing the walrus section. We'll see if he grabs all of the notes here or leaves. It's understandable to grab all the notes here because not everyone's comfortable with grabbing them during the boggy race. So get your wahays ready for AceGamerSam. It's coming up on the race. Wahay! 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 Ooh, he's struggling to get up on that house. Hopefully he can collect those notes. Those 2 notes. Pixel having a little fun with the snare bear. Okay. Oh, come on, AceGamerSam, win the race. Come on. Way. Nice. Yeah, because if you mess up your movement and then you're not sure about things, you can lose right at the end of that race, which is the worst. Like right at the end of the race, it is the worst. It's one thing to lose the race, it's another thing to lose right at the end. It's maximum time loss. So Pixel is doing the first part of Click Clock Woods. And I really don't know, like his routing here is just very awkward to me. I couldn't really tell you what he's up to. Like he's grabbing those feathers, probably because he's down on. He remembers being at 0 feathers in pre-CCP. Yeah, because like he skipped some notes that I would normally get. So I don't know. Really don't know what Pixel. He's good on mumbo. His mumbo token count is good. That's normally where I'm at too. I'm coming in here with 20 and then 21 right there, so that's looking good. Ooh, we tried to do a ground pound. Oh, whoa! Little death ward. So he tried to do a ground pound to negate the damage that he would have took from the fall. They ended up just ground pounding all the way down. So he does take a death warp there. Was that intentional though? Because he's in summer now. Maybe he just realized that he has everything he needs in spring. But did he shoot the eggs into? I didn't miss that. I think he did. I'm guessing he did. And that honestly might have been intentional. It's hard to tell with Xbox when there's a death, if it's intentional or unintentional. So here's his, AceGamerSam's second trip up the snowman, collecting everything. That jump was a bit strange to the blue Jinjo, but he got it. I'm not sure where Pixel's at with gold feathers, but yeah, if he's got 10 here, he's good. But like if you were really low on feathers here, you might not want to do this because you have to have them for the snare bears, or you got to find a way to collect the notes that the snare bears are captivating in fall. And generally you want 4 gold feathers after this segment. So he's trying to ground pound up there. I don't know why. Just go ahead and backflip, man. I don't even think you can ground pound up there. Oh, he's falling all the way. Gets the ground pound onto the camel. Pretty solid. So AceGamerSam is going to return the presents to the kids. I'm not sure what he did in why he went all the way over that corner there to where Boggy's painting is. Definitely something new. Yeah, and then with those cuckoos that are that are coming out of the walls there of the tree, you can kill them if you want. I usually do when I'm playing it safe because for one, you can stack up on health, which you don't need a death warp at any point in Click Clock Woods unless you're on X. I don't know what the I know he takes intentional damage all over, because he does do a couple intentional death warps, one in the beaver's house and stuff like that. So I do know that Pixel will be utilizing some death warps, but like on an N64, like it's never been. And he does do this interesting beak bar like through the wall there. He shoots an egg and then he beak barges, and that will allow him to grab the Jiggy through the wall, and that means that he doesn't have to do the summer house jump, which if you fall there, it just sucks. So it's not like it's pretty interesting safe strat. And I don't know what Pixel's doing there. Hanging out on the slope, but hey! AceGamerSam is on the second race with Boggy. Wahey! Way. Okay, so to answer Mormon Madness's question, Pixel is in the lead, and AceGamerSam had to take a 10-minute break, so that and generally Pixel does have a better PB, but I mean both of them have been doing pretty good, And I would say check out some more Banjo-Kazooie speedruns because they are awesome. Like, this game was just about designed to be speedrun. Like, it looks smooth when it's done in a speedrun, and the in-game timer that it has for each individual world to show you how long it takes in each world is like perfect for speedrunning, because you can individually practice each world and you know, try to get, you know, a personal, you know, a best just individual world time to see, you know, it's really good for practice to try to get the best world possible. So AceGamerSam is done with Freeze Easy Peak, which is good. Looks like it went pretty well for him. I mean, that looked like a pretty solid Freeze Easy Peak overall. Here he's got to collect 2 Jiggies in Grunny's lair. This jump onto that thing is kind of silly. Collecting 10 worms over on Pixel's side. And he's also doing a really interesting... what he's doing here in Fall is not the standard route. So what he's doing here is quite a bit different than like 99% of the other. Like this, basically, it's kind of like the Xbox runners are like the 1%. And it's just interesting to see them do things differently. And I believe that's because he's going to be death warping in the beaver house. So he doesn't have to like swim out of there, and it just takes him right out to where he wants to be. Yeah, that cougar that he just killed right there is one that I would recommend killing because it's like right in the way. Yeah, so see if AceGamerSam gets this Jiggy without landing. He's not in a good position. It's gonna readjust. See, he goes for feet up. He goes for holding up on the... Okay, he got it. Nice. Nice. Using up a bit of feathers, but that's okay. Yeah. And so what AceGamerSam is about to do, if you didn't see it, Pixel is going to beak bomb into this wall right where the Jiggy is on the other side, and by doing that he's going to collect the Jiggy. I don't know if he saw it where the line... Yeah, he can see the lines where this is supposed to be, so it's pretty easy to see for the most part. He missed it there. He's going to have to get it here soon. He's getting snowballs thrown at him, which isn't helpful. He's trying to get this Jiggy from the other side of the wall. I think he beat bombed the wrong. He's beat bombing the wrong spot. It's up higher to the left. I don't know if he sees that. Like he's not beak bombing where he should be beak bombing. It's right there. It's right there. Right there. Yes, you got it. Okay. He was beak bombing lower. He was beak bombing lower to the right, and obviously there's not a Jiggy behind there, so he wasn't getting it. And I'm not sure if he just wasn't seeing it. And he didn't need to hit that feather switch either. So he's gonna have to watch that get unactivated here, I think. Playing field as a collective, everyone in the tournament had no issues with allowing any version of the game to be played for this tournament. We all brought it up, and we all had the decision to argue against it, and nobody really cared, because I think for the most part everyone just wanted more people for the tournament to show up, because it really wasn't like, there's really not a whole lot of people in this tournament at all. So, you know, the more people, the better, in my opinion. So I was all for having, you know, all versions allowed. So I definitely didn't say anything against it. But as a collect, nobody disagreed to allow different versions. So that's where that stands. Same as the leaderboards on speedrun.com. I mean, yeah, I'm just answering the question anyway. So, and for the leaderboards, it's the same thing. All different versions and are collaborated onto one leaderboard. It's not separated. Like other leaderboards are definitely separated between Japanese and English, and you know, what version and whatnot. Like NES version or Super Nintendo version, or, you know, and whatever, you know. Yeah, and it is interesting, and it does bring up a lot of things to talk about, because we have Pixel who's doing things. You know, he's going to be death warping in here. By the way, AceGamerSam is entering into Rusty Bucket Bay and entering into one of the most difficult parts of the run, but Pixel's actually going to be death warping on this fireplace. I've seen it in the race he did it with me, and that just saves him having to leave the beaver's house, and it takes him right out to where he needs to be. And, you know, he retains his notes, which is why he can do that. You can't be doing this on the N64, or else you'd lose all 79 notes that he just had, and you have to recollect them. So it's just it's interesting tech that you'll see on the Xbox version. That was an intentional death from Pixel. So let's take a look at AceGamerSam. He's entering into the engine room, and this is the most dangerous. He's taken a minute to... He's standing on top of here. I think he's taking a breath here of what he's about to have to do. Recollecting himself for the engine room. He's off. He missed this cycle, so he's going to wait. He's definitely taking things nice and easy. So you can jump on these pipes while they're spinning, and immediately jump off once you jump on them. And no matter how fast they're spinning, you can still, like right here, it's kind of spinning a bit. Even if it's spinning at maximum speed here, you can still get it. I'll see if he goes for it. I think he's going to wait it out. Oh, he's going for it here. I think he waited for it to slow down a bit to where he's comfortable with jumping. And he's going to miss this cycle on this spinning platform, because it's all cycle based in this engine room. So if you know, take a bit longer than you normally would, you know that you're not on the cycle that you're probably normally on, so it changes things. So here he's going to skip through these fan blades. He's taking it, he's setting it up. Meanwhile, Pixel pausing the game for a brief moment, just he's in winter of Clicklock Woods, which is basically the home stretch. I know there were some notes in spring that he still has to collect, as well as everything else. He's gonna grab his honeycomb here. So let's see if AceGamerSam gets through. Okay, he gets through nicely. Now he just needs to get the clip. This is a clean engine room for Ace. You can easily die in that room, so nice to see that he didn't die. Now he just needs to get this clip. And it can be finicky, so okay, he got it pretty quickly. That was a pretty good clip. Anything like with over 50 seconds is pretty good. Like, if it gets under 50 seconds, you know, then you start to sweat a little bit. If it gets under 20, if it gets under like 30 seconds, you are getting worried about that clip. So you're just gonna go ahead and grab the jiggy. This is what I do too, because typically you're gonna jump over and grab the nose on it and grab the purple Jinjo and then get this on the way back. But when you're doing that, the air can be an issue, and that timer can be an issue. So, yeah. So once again, like I don't know if anybody has been here. On the right, we have Pixel playing on Xbox 360, Xbox Live Arcade. On the left, AceGamerSam is playing on the N64. And there's quite a bit of differences. On the Xbox 360 version, you cannot skip text, but there's near as much lag as the N64 version has. And you retain all of your Jinjos and notes when you die. So here we're going to be seeing a death warp again from Pixel on this fireplace, so he doesn't have to leave. It's a bit fast. It's not like a lot faster. And you see that he collects his 6th honeycomb there, and he needs to death warp before that fills back up, or else he has to take all that damage again to death warp there. And at that point, I don't even know if the death warp is worth it if you were to fill back up on honeycombs there. So now Pixel's at the final part of Click-Clock Woods, where he just has to recollect, or, well, not recollect, but collect those final notes there, and collect the final Jiggy is the only thing left, which is the Jinjo Jiggy. And there's 2 Jinjos in Spring. AceGamerSam is on kind of a tricky jump to get over that grunty. If you don't rat-a-tat rap at the right time, or if you have a crooked angle, you may not get that. You want to kind of have a straight angle over there. That was a pretty good green Jinjo pickup there. Like, he didn't land, and he went straight into the beehive. Well, almost. Pretty close. And then he'll be clipping out of the beehive after he collects it. AceGamerSam is going to be doing the boss skip here. Hopefully he gets it. He got it. Oh, he didn't get... Oh, so the Jiggy spawned. He didn't grab the Jiggy before destroying the first box, so then it split open into 2 smaller boxes there. So he technically got, like, the box skip, but he didn't get, the most optimal. He didn't grab the Jiggy before killing the big box, which split into 2 small. It'll continue to fight. It'll continue to split like that, and that can be a problem even if you do have the Jiggy spawned, if you can't get over to it, because then those boxes will just kind of hang around. So Pixel is heading on over to Furnace Fun. He is looking okay at the end of this run. I didn't see him talk to Brentilda, so I don't think he has the Grunny quiz answers mapped out. So we'll see how that. And you notice that he has to go through all this text here on Xbox. Like, you don't see this in typical N64, where you don't see these the text here and all these angles, the camera angles. It's kind of panning out. So right here, he's looking at his calculator to see the most likely answer, but it looks like he got it. I'm pretty sure he got lucky there. Okay, so where AceGamerSam is, where that green hazard area. So he fell. So you saw he was in Talon Trot, and he fell to the bottom there because if you're in Talon Trot, just like in Freeze Easy Peak, you know, right at the end where you get that honeycomb where the ice water is. When you're in Talon Trot, it'll drop you all the way down, and we actually use that in the Freeze Easy Peak area. But here it's just a bad thing because you're falling into some hazardous water and taking some damage. And AceGamerSam is not going for the jump over to the boat, which is just a risky jump that is hit or miss. Let's see if Pixel gets this grunny question correct. Got it. I think he knows. I think he's got the calculator. At this point, it seems like he's onto the right track with it. So, Ace Gamer taking revenge on that enemy there that hit him. He's not having any of that. Good thing he didn't miss that note behind the cabinet there. I thought he was going to continue without that. I didn't see him grab that, and he just kind of continued forward. I thought he may have skipped that note. If he missed that note, he would have had 99 at the end, and that that is a really bad feeling. When you have 99 notes and you don't know where the last note is, that is like the worst feeling a banjo runner can have. Okay, and Pixel got it, so he got the Furnace Fun skip, which also skips the credits here, which is why it's insanely important, because if you do the Furnace Fun normally, you'll get a really long credit sequence after the Furnace Fun, and it's just really long, and you know, you don't want any of that. Player backgrounds. Well, Stivy Bobo's been playing. You know, he was born to play this game, so I mean that's pretty much as epic as it gets. As a 3-year-old, Stivy Bobo was just cranking away at Banjo and just didn't want to play any other games. Just kept playing Banjo and kept playing Banjo, and I mean, look at him now. Okay, so again, Pixel has to go through the text here with Grunny. It's not skippable for him on the Xbox version. Everything else is the same about the Grunny fight. Like you shoot out the eggs here to one cycle the first part of Grunny, but then again, this text here that you would normally skip, he has to sit here and deal with the text. And she will not start shooting her fireballs until the text is done there. So, time loss on Xbox. Okay. Missed a couple eggs there. And here, if you could skip this text box, it'll actually spawn the flight pad sooner. So he has to kind of wait for that. Got the first hit, nice. These aerials are a bit tricky to land, but once she, like, she'll throw, you know, 1 firebolt, then 2, then 3, and then 4. When she starts doing that, like, she'll just sit there and throw those fire. You can just beak bomb while she's doing that. It's pretty free hit at that point. So once you get like the first couple of hits off, it's the third and fourth hit are generally easier. AceGamerSam right at the end of Rusty Bucket Bay. He's going to be really close to sub 3 with this, but I think it's gonna run over 3 hours. Whereas Pixel's right at the end of his run. AceGamerSam doesn't have a lot left. He just has the Clock Woods, which is the longest world by far. Just because there's the 4 seasons and it's just really epic level. But he is not too far from finishing, so definitely give him some props for continuing after a 10-minute break. Or, you know, having the will to continue forward. The Banjo-Tooie tournament. If there was 100% Banjo-Tooie tournament, like, the matches would go on 5+ hours for some people. And Banjo-Tooie seems like it's a lot easier to forget stuff because you have to revisit worlds. So, like, you'll forget to revisit a world, or I don't know, like, it's just, like, it could happen, like, if you're talking 100, like, but I think it's more likely that you would see a Banjo-Tooie, like, any percent, like, No Witchy World or something, like, Wrong or Run, or 100% just, it's a pretty long run, and it's not a very, like, cinematic, you know, ending where you don't kill Grunny at the end because you've already done the Witchy World Long Lord. And shoutouts to Pixel for finishing with the 236. I'm not sure if he'll come in here for an interview, but he's more than welcome. Yeah, Banjo-Tooie, like, the ending, you kill the Grunny's Industry boss, and bad game from Pixel. It's alright. I mean, still cut my PB by 4 minutes on Xbox, which is slower. Yeah, going back on the Banjo-Tooie topic, like, the final boss, like, you don't fight Grunny at the end of 100%. You're in the middle of a run, so like, it could confuse people. And then, like, you gotta kill the Grunny Industry boss last, and then you just like collect a Jiggy and then you're done. It's I don't know. Whereas here you give an epic final boss fight, and there's not as much, like, a window. Like, there's just such a big window of, like, RNG in Banjo-Tooie. The RNG is definitely more of a thing. I mean, you do have the Jinjo manipulation in Banjo-Tooie. So, I mean, you got that going for you, and you know what that's going to be like, but just a lot of the stuff. We're checking some totals here from my boy Ace Gamer. Okay. So I think he checked his totals just to be sure, and it looks like he's got everything, and he's going to continue forward to Clock Woods. Yeah. And most Banjo-Kazooie runners always let the credits roll out, and then check their in-game time at the end. Not necessarily if it's not a PB, you know, you're not always going to see that because nobody cares too much if they complete a run and it doesn't PB. But if Banjo-Kazooie run PBs, typically what you'll see is after the credits, they'll hover over their game file to check the in-game time. and that'll, you know, usually be a part of the PB video. And you can always check. I always check the individual world times for my PBs. Like I said, if it's not a PB, they won't always do that. Like, you just finish the run and then that's it. Yeah. Given the strats that AceGamerSam has displayed, I can almost assure that he's going to be doing Furnace Fun Skip. He's been good. He's gone for some pretty risky strats. Like, it seems like he knows the route pretty well. He just hasn't had a run that's all come together. Okay, so he's open up Click Clock Woods, just standing, just taking a good look at the painting. He's got 18 Mumbo tokens, so it's a bit low, but he can definitely get 7 in Click Clock Woods. It's not an issue. Like, he may have to grab one from a Snare Bear, which I personally just don't like to do, because the Snare Bears are like, there's like, you can jump through them without, you know, feathers, and you know, you want to do that, but then it's, I just don't. I usually get the ones earlier on. Yeah, but the thing is, like, I think people in the Banjo-Tooie community wouldn't agree on those terms, because they wouldn't really have a chance to PB if they do things out of order than they would normally do in a run, is what I'm thinking there, because let's say they have a really good run in a tournament, but they're doing a different route, so they can't actually PB because they're doing things out of order. That's why I think they wouldn't agree on that, and also just like it wouldn't, like, I don't signing up for a Banjo-Kazooie 100% or Banjo-Tooie 100% tournament, because it's a really long run. A lot of things can go wrong in a long run. Like, the longer the run, the more things, you know, tragedies. And the thing is, like, there's a lot of hard tricks. There's a lot of hard tricks in Banjo-Tooie Hundo. There's a lot of clockwork egg shots that are really precise. Like, Banjo-Kazooie doesn't have that. Like, you can always go like a safer route that only costs you maybe like 5 or 10 more seconds. Like in Banjo-Tooie, if you don't do some of the clockwork egg shots, like, you're losing several minutes. It's a big deal, and if you can't get some of those clockwork egg, like, your run is just done. I mean, yeah, I mean, the main thing, I just don't see a lot of people joining a Banjo-Tooie Hundo. Oh, AceGamer falling in the water. Ouch. I mean, he didn't take any damage. That's a plus, but that's unfortunate. He went for a jump that he probably should not have gone for. He wasn't... He didn't make the distance he needed to get that jump. Yeah, and I don't think Pixel really wants to talk about his run, because he seems like he's not in the happy, like, he's not super happy. Oh, he fell again! Oh, AceGamerSam falling in the same... 2 falls in the same place, right in the water. I mean, it kind of sets him up so he can get right back up there, because this is right at the beginning of, but yeah, falling in Click Clock Woods is definitely a thing, and it's definitely something that can cost you in a run. The thing, he could kill these guys and then not have to worry about it. That's kind of what I've been doing, but it's a bit slower. You know, we almost fell there too. I think he might be taking a bit more of a cautious approach here, but you know, we'll see. Okay. Yeah, I think he's taking his time. That time. Okay. Alright, we made it. Unless he... Okay. So that was spring. You basically just hatch the egg and you grab a few notes. And then you shoot some eggs into the soil to start the flower up. Easy. It's the most simple season, but you do have to make a second trip. He's going to ground pound down here. Interesting way of coming down off. Most people just jump straight into the thorns there. He's taken a nice and easy way down, but he still got hit by one of the birds. Okay, so one of the tricks that you can do here, you can shoot an egg at the honey hive over there, and then have the bees hit you during that cutscene, and it will actually allow you to move during that cutscene. So you'll see the more advanced runners doing that. Although you can't see like necessarily where you're going because the camera is zoomed in. It's fixed in a certain position, so you're moving off camera, essentially. So I thought he was going to grab that Mumbo token because he's only got 19, I believe. So you need 6 more Mumbo tokens. Oh, didn't get that backflip onto the second leaf. And he got knocked off by one of the cuckoos. That's why I do like killing them myself. Yeah, he's struggling with these leaves. And the funny thing is, they're actually bigger in summer, but they, like, if you backflip on the bottom, you know, like, of it, and then you're stuck on the bottom of it and can't, like, sometimes it can be more tricky in that situation. As you saw, he didn't really have an issue in spring getting up the smaller ones, but he had some issues there. And he's grabbing that. He's grabbing that worm now. So I guess he doesn't like to flutter down from Eerie. He likes to grab that on his way up. Okay, here to see how many gold feathers you have, and like you want to have at least 4 gold feathers after this segment, which he has just 4 feathers here, because you need to get 2 sets of 3 notes from a couple snare bears, in fall, and you basically almost need, like, it's possible to grab those notes without the gold feathers, but it's very, very difficult and not recommended. So he's just going to go ahead and take the safe ground pound down so he doesn't take damage. Nothing wrong with that. Ooh, I didn't grab that worm. Pretty sure he wanted to grab that. I think he was just jumped. He like hit the A button right when he was falling. I'm pretty sure he wanted to grab that worm that was on the other side, because otherwise he's got to get another one. Not sure if he's going to go back for it. We'll see. Or maybe he just doesn't get that one, because there is more than enough worms that you need. I think there's like 3 or 4 more extras. So, I mean, it's possible that he might do a different routing on the worms. Okay, so now this time he has to go up on the right side of the tree, and he's go up these leaves on the second trip up, because there's a jiggy halfway up these leaves. He's grabbing that Mumbo token. That makes sense because he needs to have 25, so he needs 4 more. Okay, let's see what he does here. I think he's gonna go for the. No, we're not gonna do the summer house. The jump. He must be getting it in fall, because it's closed in winter. So it's either summer or fall that you need to get this. And pretty much done with summer. Typically, you would drop down after Erie and grab another worm. He already grabbed that worm, though. He's going to be a worm short than what most runners would have. And he might be grabbing that other worm here. I'm not sure what his routing is on the worms. But typically what you do here is you would flutter down to the worm that's on a leaf underneath Erie here, but he's already grabbed that on his way up, so we'll see what he does. He's gonna flutter down there, okay, and still take damage. You actually don't take damage if you fall on that one right beneath. Heading into fall. So he's going to need to grab an extra worm, since typically most runners have one coming out of summer. So I'm interested to see which one that'll be. He's going to grab that gold feather. This is definitely a different fall. Normally you grab the worm on the right stack of leaves and then you go over here. he's gonna grab this worm. Okay, I think that's the extra worm that he... But there was still one down on the other stack of leaves that he didn't get. So this is quite intriguing. Let's grab these notes now. Most runners that I see actually grab these notes at the end of fall. I do it in between because I do a different route here as well. But yeah, and most people don't grab that worm on the way to Mumbo's either. So we come in here into Mumbo's house to get the worm and the 4 notes at the top of his house. Roll indeed. Taking the safe strat here and grabbing the boots to cross the vines. Normally people just damage boost through there. I mean, you got a lot of health in 100% run. You all those honeycomb pickups, and so you know you have a lot of health to play around with. So you know, damage boosting is not out of the question by any means with the amount of health that you have at this point in the game. So, okay. And we're taking a second loop around here. Normally people fall down into the water and then go collect the notes that are in the beaver's house. He is climbing up the tree at this point. And collecting this is an extra worm. That one, most people skip. Hopefully he grabs that worm on the way out. Straight into the middle to get the worm first, and then back up to where he was. That's a little bit of sloppy movement, but it works. Okay, got down. He's at 23 Mumbo tokens. He needs to, he did remember to go back and collect the Jiggy in the house here because he didn't get it in summer, which most people grab because you have to collect the notes over there in summer. So here there's really nothing but the Jiggy that it's normally collected in summer. He's gonna grab that worm that's down there that not many people collect. And then here is Nabnuts. And I'll be collecting the 6 acorns to get this. So he's really taking it easy to skip the text from the squirrel, and if you're close to the squirrel when you have an acorn, you'll take an acorn overhead, and your movement speed will drastically decrease. So he's taking an interesting approach to that jump, and it's like it jumps away from that acorn as well. It would be slower, but it actually seemed pretty safe. So. He was really close to falling when collecting that 5th acorn. really close to falling. His camera angle was not very good, and he was right at the edge. Like, he was very close to falling. Okay. Ooh! Ah, can he get back? No. Ah! Ouch! Ouch! So he fell right at the top. He was right at the top, right where Erie was. So he's got to go all the way back up. That was an unfortunate fall from Ace Gamer. It's a really tricky section though, because there's slopes, and then in between, you have the cocos that come out, and you can do a few different things. You can rat-a-tat-rap into them, or you can wait for them to go back inside the hole and then jump while they're, not out and attacking, but that. And this dragonfly that's across that bridge jump, like, that has gotten some people for sure. Yeah, so he's gonna rat-a-tat-rap this time. This is the method that I choose to, because it's pretty consistent. Like, you're not like limited to the small window that you have when he's in the wall to get across there. It's pretty safe to do that, I want to say. Oh, that ground pound though, that was sketch. Okay, and here it seems like a certain angle lags more, and I think he's on the he's got a camera angle that I think lags quite a bit. And I've been getting this too. Like, he just throws those, like, on Xbox, I guarantee you, just should not be a thing. Okay, so he's going to ground pound safely down. Let's see. He still needs to go in the beaver house. He still needs to do some stuff over here, like get the Jinjo, grab the notes. He does not need that worm. Which this is a really strange route, because usually you come here earlier on and you collect that worm along with all, because it's right along the way with those notes and the Jinjo. These guys like these notes as well. Okay. And then head into the beaver house. Now, we saw Pixel Death Warp here. You're not going to be seeing AceGamerSam Death Warp here because he's playing on N64, and that would mean he would lose all of his notes. So that's not happening. Like, it would be faster if he was playing on Xbox to Death Warp here, but we're not going to be seeing that on the N64 version at all. I think he got everything in full. But he's not heading towards the exit. Oh, he's getting the Jiggy from the flower after. That's such a weird thing to do. Because what you can actually, at that point, you could just collect that Jiggy in spring. You know, and skip the animation there, celebrating it and all that. Just fly right up there and grab it, but that's really, really interesting. Like, not only does he hit the camel last, but then after he gets the camel, goes up to the second floor and heads on over there. Okay. So now he's heading into winter. We'll see if he does the Beaver House clip. I hope he gets it if he's going for it, but and he's definitely doing winter in a different order here. He's going straight over to the Blue Jinjo. Most people get the notes on top of the house first. He's getting attacked by this ice cube. Not the same ice cube that Pixel had a little party with. And then he's gonna fly up here. Okay, he was stuck behind the tree there for a second. Alright. Collecting the notes on the way down. Let's see what he does. He's gonna continue down this path. This is very different. He's gonna come down here and he's gonna get on the flight pad over here and then head back over to and then grab this. This is just absolutely something different. Just gonna go for the egg shots, maybe. Yeah, while avoiding snowballs from this jerk who just doesn't want you to be hanging out around that window. He's missing. Oh, okay, he got it while he got the egg shot while getting at the same time. Grab that. The last honeycomb is in the beaver's house. Shall be. I honestly don't know what order he's going to be doing things, because normally you would clip in to the beaver house from flight here. There's those notes down there that you know, I don't know why he was heading up to the flight pad when he's already over here and he needs to clip those notes at some point. I guess he's gonna grab that Mumbo token as well. It's not a typical. Oh, and he gets sniped off the side, and he is down to 3 honeycombs and does not have all 100 notes. So it'd be a tragedy if he runs out of honeycombs here. And there's a lot of snowmen just sniping, like this ice cube. The ice cube, and what can happen with that? He's grinding out some health. He was not feeling, but he's back down to the 3 honeycombs that he just had. That one honey, he's just slipping on the ice. He just does not want to be picked up. Okay. So now he's going for the Eerie Jiggy? No, yeah. Well, his routing's just different, and I don't know if it's just easy, it's more comfortable for him, or he just doesn't know of the better strats. And that angle, trying to go down to get that jiggy, he did not pick that up, so he had to celebrate. And I don't know what he needs to go down and collect the notes. This is interesting. Okay, he's got a slushy. Face to face with a slushy here. Okay, so he's got all those notes. There's 6 more notes, I believe. Most of them are in, if not all of them, are in spring at this point. But let's see what he did. He's down to 4 feathers, flapping around here. Not so sure what his plan of action is. He's not beak bombing. He's just taking a nice easy flight. He's got 1 more feather. That's why he's just flying his way on over to the... Where is he flying to? I thought he was going to the beaver, like to go swimming. He did like a full circle, almost. He did like an entire circle around the tree. That's anyway, I'm kind of lost because he definitely did not do this winner. This routing is completely different. Did he get the stuff on the house? Yeah, he was trying to get to this, I think. I think he was trying to fly here, but he realized he didn't have enough feathers. And then he just kind of... I knew, like, I don't... So these 4, then I think the other 2 notes are right outside of spring. So this slope right here, like if you try to go, I don't know, it's really hard to land on it and not slide off, but you have that window when you first jump on it to do it, and you want to, I think the lower you are, the less of a slope, like the less it'll take you down. So still gotta hit this switch over here. Hopefully he doesn't fall. Okay, and then now he has to go to the beaver house, and he's holding on to 98 notes right now. So if he were to drown, that would be terrible. Because he's entering in from he's checking some stuff. He's got 300. Okay. So it's in here. We'll see what he grabs. He must have got the jiggy and fall. He must have got the jiggy and fall. Okay, so I'm pretty sure he does ice clip. So he's gonna clip out of the... He doesn't do ice clip. Wow. Okay, this is scary. Because you can easily resubmerge underwater here, and he has 98 notes. Okay, okay. that is a scary thing to have 98 notes and to have to go out that way. The ice clip is actually really easy. All you do is hold back on the control stick and you swim up through the ice right at the end there. It's really easy. I would say it's quite a bit easier than going that way, because that way, the way he went, if you like if you push B, you know, again, or if you like push a direction on the control stick while you surface there, you'll swim right back underneath, and you take double air under, you know, under there. He's got to get this Mumbo token too. Like at this point, it should be smooth sailing. Like he's got it, but that ice, like you can easily drown under there, and if you don't have all, he had 98. You would, if you end up drowning with 90, it's not good. Okay, so he just needs to get the Jinjo Jiggy here. He tried to do a flyby there, but that can end up in you flying around in circles for quite a while. He's not. Does he get the? What is? Where is he flying to? He did a complete circle. Does he not know that the bunny hive, the beehive is right underneath that Jiggy or Jinjo? I'm quite confused with that movement. But nonetheless, he does have everything at this point, so he's going to clip out. It's a very easy clip. You just get in that corner and you hold B, and you know, you push A, and you kind of wiggle your control stick around. If it's not working initially, you should get through. Wow, he's really having trouble with this clip. His angles are kind of weird. You want to have like a straight. Like you kind of just let up on the control stick and then you just kind of tap it to readjust. I think he's trying too hard to make the inputs happen himself. It's wow. Like I've seen people not get this right away, but this is yeah. His angle is too far to the left on there. That's a good, like he had a. But initially, this clip will take him right to the outside of the level. Once he gets it, he can always just leave the beat. He might be doing that. Yeah. It's not the worst thing if you can't get it. But it's initially you just get in that corner. You hold B. You're holding B, which gives you speed when you're the B, and then you know, you push A if you're not. But yeah, he's just going to go ahead and fly back to the entrance, which is fine. He has everything. He is completed with this world. All he needs to do now is leave and finish up Furnace Fun, and then defeat Grunny. He has the last Jiggy to collect as the bee. Which he just got. And he is now heading in Furnace Fun. Now, I didn't see him talk to Brentilda to get any leads on the Grunny questions, so we'll see where he's at with that. There is a calculator, a Furnace Fun calculator for the Brentilda questions, which are random each game file, and there's a higher chance that it'll be one question or another, and if you fill it out, if you know the answers to, there's certain patterns, and you can fill out that calculator and get the 100% answer. You know, you'll know the answer. So here we go. He's in Furnace Fun, ready to finish it up. So first of all, we grab the Joker, which gives us 2 free spaces that we can skip, and we're going to skip the 2 minigame squares on this board. And the only other squares that should be a problem are the Gruntilda squares. All the other squares have set answers, so you know, if you played the game enough, you know the answers. Like some, you know, questions you may not have seen before because they're so rare or something. But if you played the game a long time, you'll come across those questions and you'll know. So he's going to be skipping the mini game tiles, and some people actually skip the Gruntilda tiles and just take the mini games in some situations. I've seen it, just because the Grunny questions can end up actually killing you, because if you miss enough of them, you just keep missing that. Like he missed one there, and you just don't know the answer to them, and they're random. So you know, like you can just continuously miss these questions, and it definitely looks like he does not know the answers. He missed 3 in a row, and this is the risk that you take if you don't fill out your calculator. You may not know, and then you can just continuously miss these questions. He got that one, so he finally got one. So hopefully he put that into his calculator, and now he has a better understanding of what the answers are. So he's going to skip that minigame tile. But yeah, I mean, just give a shout out to AceGamers. Continued on with this run after a phone call that he had to stop and take, and you know, he's carrying on, and he's doing a good job at not giving up or not forfeiting. I mean, it's not always such an easy thing to complete a run when you know it's, you know, not like you may have taken a break or something and you're like, I don't want to finish a race when things happen. Okay, so this question, he got a good question on the skull. but I don't know if he's thinking pretty hard about that. Okay, got it. Because if you fail that one, you have to redo the whole board, because it'll knock you into the lava. And so that death question, if it's a grunny question, which you saw him fail several grunnies, failing these ones too, you can, because it's random. The skulls can be anything. It can be any square. It's a random question of any sort. It could be the musical, the visual, the banjo questions, or it can be the grunny questions. And the grunny questions would be the worst case scenario if you don't have your calculator filled out and you hit one of those on the skulls. Or the Joker. The Joker, too, you could hit that on the Joker, and you could not get the Joker, and you might have to either decide to reset the board or just go on and do the 2 mini-game tiles if you miss the Joker question. Okay. It's looking okay. He's got one or two more grunting questions. Got one last grunting question, and he should be able to handle this. Okay, he got that one wrong. He's got 3 honeycombs left. Okay, he got it. Okay, now he just needs to get this question wrong, and he needs to be standing in the right location. I hope he's in the right location, and then he needs to answer this one, not Bubble Goop Swamp, is all he needs to do. Yeah. And he's good. So we're in there. We got the Furnace Fun skip. The skips the credits after Furnace Fun is completed, as well as the rest of the board he doesn't have to do. Now he just needs to defeat Grunny, so let's give it up for AceGamerSam. Cheer him on, and hopefully he can finish out strong. Yeah, he was down to 3 honeycombs on that grunny question, so that was that could have been bad. So here you can get a few different things. You can get maximum feathers refill, red feather refill, which he absolutely needed. He was down to 0, so that was a must. He's going to go ahead and get the double honeycombs, which overlays the initial honeycombs you have with a red layer of honeycombs, which is definitely a safe strat for this boss. Which it's a pretty good thing to do if you took damage in Grunny's the Furnace Fun. If you have like less than 5 honeycombs, it's definitely a good thing to do to restock on health. He's going to go ahead and open up the gold feather door. So that's rolling pretty deep. Filling up those gold feathers. So he's maxed out. He's ready for this Grunny fight. So let's get it done. Doesn't look like he's doing the egg strat here. He's gonna go ahead and roll out the first cycle of Grunny standard. So typically what you'll see is these eggs shooting out eggs from the back of Kazooie, and what'll happen is you'll get a 1 cycle here. You'll get it all done with the eggs. He's not setting it up correctly. You do it on top of the square thing, and you do it on her second trip. Like, you stay exactly where Banjo initially is, and her do 1 swoop, and on the second swoop, when you my cue as an audio cue is when she starts making her noise that she's about to come your way. Then that's when I start mashing C down. So he just did that normally. Now there's this phase, and can kind of watch out for the fire. Now, what can happen here is you can get knocked back, and if you're facing, if your back's turned against the edge, so like if your back is facing the edge, right, you'll actually get knocked like off the cliff. Is what can really happen here. Like, he almost was facing off the cliff, but then turned back around. But that is a dangerous thing that can happen, and getting knocked off the cliff is an instant death. It doesn't matter how much health you have. Falling off the cliff is a death. And then this aerial phase here, these hits can be tricky. And I think what can happen here in a death situation is you hit by a fireball, and then it like knocks you like silly, and you're just like, you fall off. Like, that can happen. He's missing these beak bombs. Okay. Missed that one. It's unfortunate. You need to hit Grunny 4 times in this phase. So you count to 4 hits, and then you land after this phase. The first couple of hits are definitely the hardest, and then she starts throwing 3 and 4 fireballs, and then while she's doing that, it's, in my opinion, a free hit, unless she hits you with one of the fireballs, which her aim's pretty bad with that. So that was his 4th hit. He's going to land. And he's going to finish up with something about a 335. So shout-outs to AceGamerSam completing this run. He needs to shoot 3 eggs into each of these Jinjo statues, and then the King Jinjonator, he needs to shoot eggs into there until they close. Each of the 4 sides close, and as soon as the last one, the King Jinjonator, is activated, the run is over. I'm sure he's going to be happy to be finished with this run. So, yeah, I mean, Grunny predicts where you're going to be with these fireballs. So if you're moving at a certain speed, like, she'll predict where you're going to be if you continue that. So you kind of got to change your movement up if you want to avoid them. Because the fireballs, they come at a predicted... Grunny predicts where you're going to be with that. So if you're moving at the same speed that you were, you're going to get hit. Or if that in the same direction and all that. So we're rolling deep with the final phase of Grunny. Yeah, so congrats to AceGamerSam for completing. He will have to face me in the next tournament race. So I'm gonna have to schedule the race between me and AceGamer on the next match, and then I'll be the last in our group. Pixel next has to play Dickish Khan, so Pixel has to go up against Dickish Khan. I have to play AceGamerSam in the next race, so that'll be going on whenever we schedule all that. And I'm pretty sure we're all done with Banjo for today. We got a lot of races in today. So that'll be it. Pretty sure we'll just let the credits roll, and yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's cool. I mean, everybody's got their skill level, and can't be. Nobody should really be disrespectful to people that aren't on the same skill level, because everybody's got to start somewhere, and people should be respectful, because anybody could, you know, improve and be the best. So. Unfortunately, I didn't have anybody else on commentary, but I was able to cover most of the stuff. I think we did come up with some issues on the other Banjo race with the commentary getting a little bit radical. So hopefully they just turn it down a notch, and I think they got the message. That, I mean, we're this channel strives to be family friendly, and for the most part. So when the commentators start to spiral out of control, and then, you know, the chat just kind of follows along, and yeah, because I think we should definitely keep this going. It's entertaining. A lot of people like to watch these races, so I don't see a point on stopping that. So that's pretty much it. I don't think AceGamerSam wants to do an interview, and yeah, it's fine. I would switch up your route if you can a bit in CCW. Not that you have to do anything more difficult. You just, like, I think things could be routed. Things could be routed so that you could do things a bit faster, and still do, you know, not have to do advanced strats, but it could speed things up. Just knowing generally where things are. But it honestly, it wasn't a bad run. You know, you had a 10-minute breakout, like 3:25. Like, that's not bad. Like, some of my old runs ran over 4 hours. I mean, I definitely personally improved a lot of the things that I did prior to this tournament. Because before this tournament, I didn't even have a sub 3-hour time. I knew I was more than capable of, you know, well beyond sub 3. Because I really enjoy this game. I I enjoyed watching Cosmic Heart, Healthfoes, and of course Stiffy Bobo, but those are like the 3 main Banjo streams that I used to watch. Cosmic Heart is a really cool girl that speedruns this. Yeah, and then same for me. Like, I didn't join this tournament to win the the tournament. I joined to have some fun and improve my PB. So it's not always about winning. I mean, sure, it could be nice to win, but like personally, like improving is more important. With that, I think I'm just about ready to roll out here. Thanks everybody for watching. I may or may not do commentary for another race. I'm not even sure what's going on with the whole Banjo-Kazooie tournament and streaming it on the channel, because just had some issues earlier in the day. But hopefully they get resolved. Hopefully get another chance to continue this, and I will be racing AceGamerSam. I'm going to schedule it with. I'll talk to him about that. Pixel's going to be playing against Dickish Khan for his next match, and that's pretty much it. There's plenty of stuff going on in the speed gaming. There's the Mega Man X2, Mega Man 3, Link to the Past randomizer, which will be coming into an end at some point, but it just keeps going on, and some other stuff. I know there's a low percent Link to the Past showcase that we're gonna have. I'll be a part of that with Blunt Bunny, and a couple other people will be showcasing Link to the Past low percent route. He's actually going to a lot of science, like he's writing down a whole note page for the low percent route in Link to the Past. So that'll be cool. And then we also have the Rollin' Deep Marathon that'll be hosted on Joe D'Amelio's stream, so that'll be big. It's a like a new up and coming marathon that we started on December, and we'll be continuing. We'll be starting that up. It looks like July. Let's see, next month on the 3rd or the 10th. So you got that going on. Rolling deep, but I'll be rolling out. Just give a shout out to Pixel once again and AceGamerSam for this race, and shout outs to Feasel for hosting this on the channel, and shout outs to the Banjo-Kazooie community for getting this tournament together. And there's also a Pokemon Red tournament that I'll be in as well. It starts like next month, so check that out. But peace out, rolling out.